Welcome to the Planning and Rights of Way meeting. I'm Councillor Windle, the chair of the panel. Just to say, I don't know what will happen. We have a new IT system, I think, and it's likely to work much better. But just in case, if you see any slight blips, it's because we're not quite used to it yet. First of all, let's do introductions to the panel members and officers. Panel, please introduce yourself, starting at that end. Councillor Wood.
Hello, I'm Councillor Wood from Bassett Ward.
Good evening, Councillor Dave Shields, Fremantle.
Councillor Price, also Fremantle.
Councillor Piakovic, Harefield Ward.
Councillor Ginny Lambert, Bargate Ward.
Councillor Beaurain, Sholing Ward.
Thank you. And officers, please introduce yourselves.
I'm Gary Claydon-Bone, I'm Tree Officer.
Good evening, I'm Steve Harrison. I'm the Service Manager in Planning.
Afternoon, members. My name's Alex Russell. I'm a planning solicitor.
Afternoon, I'm Samir Bashir and I'm a planning solicitor.
I'm Lauren Payne, I'm the Democratic Support Officer.
Thank you. Please could all mobile phones be put onto silent mode? Toilets are located on either side of the main stairs as you leave this conference room. We're not expecting any fire drills today, but in the event that the fire alarm sounds, you'll be given further instructions. For the benefit of the public, I would like to point out that the role of the Planning and Rights of Way panel is to consider the planning applications and reports detailed on the agenda and to make decisions on these items. When members of the public wish to speak on an application and have registered in advance to do so, they will be invited to come to the front of the room so that they can address the panel. Timings will be announced. That will either be 5 minutes or 15 minutes. And representations must relate to material matters on agenda items. There's a set procedure that the panel follows. The planning officer presents the report and any updates to the panel, which includes the officer recommendation for the application. Interested parties, either applicants or objectors, address the meeting. Speaking times are shared. Now, I must make that clear that they are shared. So if someone is here for a 5-minute limit of time, you need to get to, well, if it's 15 minutes, you need to get together with any other objectors and make sure that you've decided how you're going to share the time. If people come forward and say they haven't done that, then we will allocate the time. We will split it between them equally. Representations must be material to the planning application. An example of things that are not material are usually, you know, the character of the person who's putting in the application, or things they may have done in other developments, or what may or may not happen in the future that we couldn't possibly know about. Once contributions have been made, you will not be able to take any further part in the discussion or question panel members or officers. Statements, where received, have been circulated in full to the panel and read by the panel in advance of the meeting. They were sent by email and we were also given printed copies. Then ward councillors may address the meeting. They're also limited on the time and need to register beforehand. After all that, the officers respond to the matters raised. Then the panel asks the officers questions. Only when all the questions have been asked did the panel give their views. Then finally, the chair sums up, including listing any changes to conditions or recommendations that have come up through the discussion. And finally, the panel votes. Please ensure that everyone involved treats all other parties with due respect in order that the work of the panel can be completed effectively. Please note that if a member of the public interrupts the proceedings or causes a disturbance, I may warn the person concerned. If the person continues to interrupt, I am entitled under council procedure rules to order their removal from the meeting. We now move to the agenda. To note any changes in membership of the panel, apologies or changes in panel membership, if any.
There aren't any, Chair.
That's very good to hear. So the first item is the election of the vice chair. This was deferred from last time because there were so many people absent and substitutes were here. So we decided to do this vote this time. So I have a nomination. Shall I do that or
Typically the chair does the runs the election, but I can run it if that'd be helpful for you.
yes,
Yes. So any nominations for vice chair?
I nominate Councillor Wood.
Any other nominations? Oh,
Oh, it's not on any other nomination. It's second that
that's
proposal.
absolutely fine. I can make a note of that. Thank you. Any other nominations for vice chair? In that case, that means that Councillor Wood is the vice chair of the Planning and Rights Railway.
Those are your briefing papers as vice chair. Right, so we now move on to I've got a bit of a throat, so I will keep stopping to sip water. Disclosure of personal and pecuniary interests. In accordance with the Localism Act 2011 and the Council's Code of Conduct, members should disclose any personal or pecuniary interests in any matter included on the agenda for this meeting. Are there any declarations of interest? No. Statement from the chair I sort of added into my original introduction. So I will just say that just to be helpful, for the first item, the tree works, there are 3 virtual contributions, which will make it hard for them to get together. So, so if necessary, we'll divide the time. There are 2 people registered to speak who are objectors in the second item, and 3 supporters and 1 councillor, and that will be a 15-minute limit. So people who are speaking together will have to organise that. There's only 1 for the next item, and there are 4 objectors and 1 supporter for the final item. Perhaps nearer in case people haven't arrived yet, I will remind people to get together and just before that item. Okay, so we move to the first consideration, which is consideration of tree preservation orders.
Thank you, Chair. Let's try and work this out. Okay, so my report is in relation to an objection that was received to the making of a tree preservation order named the Southampton 42 Pound Street Tree Preservation Order. As you will see from my report, there was a little bit of background to this where we were first sort of contacted in relation to the trees and asked questions prior to the property being purchased. If I can give you a little bit of an overview of where we're talking. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with the area, but you've got Bitton Leisure Centre just to the right of the property, to the rear. We've got a council green area, and the property is 42 Pound Street, and that is the end property there of Pound Street. So the trees can be seen from the public highway there, and also from when walking through the site. So they do have what I consider as to be public amenity. As I said, this started prior to the property being purchased. There was lots of conversations around what can be done with the trees along the frontage, which we believe to be council owned trees. They are on the registered land of the council. And we were talking about common law pruning because they overhang the boundary. And what became apparent during these conversations was that the trees along the front, so the council-owned sycamore trees, there was an indication that half the canopy was going to be removed due to common law pruning. This would be detrimental to the amenity they provide to that local area. So that was part of the reason we said, right, okay, then we need to protect these trees. Further on in the conversation, it was indicated that the oak tree within the rear garden of 42 Pound Tree was actually going to be felled as well. So we've made an assessment of these trees. What we do is this form here, which is called a tempo form, which is a tree evaluation method for preservation orders. And this assesses the qualities of the Right, okay. I'm not sure where we were when the sound went off, so I will recover this form that you can see on the screen there. So that is the form that is used. It's an industry accepted assessment tool for making tree preservation orders. So it looks at the condition of the tree, the suitability for the visibility, its life expectancy. And as you can see from that, it scores 15, which is a defensible tree preservation order. So based on this, an order was made to protect the oak tree in the rear garden of 42 Pound Street, along with trees, a number of trees adjacent to the property which a council owned and includes the sycamores at the front of the property. The council, when they served the order, an objection was received. And as you can see from my report, we did make contact with that person, and discussions were backwards and forwards trying to come to some sort of resolution, but the matter wanted to go to Prow. The resident was concerned after the order was made. The resident was concerned about condition of a limb that they'd partially cut. A contact was made from the council to the tree surgeon, and we recommended that we could meet on site and discuss this. Dates and times were given, but we haven't heard anything back from that tree surgeon. I think that was back in March of this year. So it's currently still the same condition with a partial cut through there. The council haven't received any 5-day notices, and they haven't received any application to carry out work onto the tree. See if I can show you the photos that I have are not fantastic. It's hard to get some photos, but you can see from here. So these are the council-owned trees. Sorry.
Chair, we seem to have lost the some of the previous attendees online. Liam Davis says they cannot rejoin the meeting. So if they are someone related to this item, Gary, can I suggest we adjourn, because otherwise they won't be able to hear what Gary's saying. So I think that we just need a few more minutes to ascertain whether they could rejoin.
Yes, are we able to adjourn properly? Have we got enough access to let people know what's going on, or is it still not? I just wondered if we would get a message that says this is temporarily adjourned, or is it not yet? Okay, so we just have to stop. Okay, thanks.
I'm in. Hello.
Hi, Liam, can you hear us? Hi, Liam, can you hear us? You're muted.
Hello.
Oh,
Hi,
wonderful,
sorry.
thank you.
I'm yeah. I got kicked out earlier.
Okay, you can mute again now. We know you're there. Thanks. So I wouldn't go, I think we've got the information about the form. Do you want to move on to the bit you were doing after the form?
Okay, so yeah, we've covered the tempo form. Oh, sorry. Share screen.
Liam, you can turn your camera off as well. You can turn it on when you make your contribution. Thanks.
Stuff should now be on the screen. So I say we've covered the tempo form. What came next was the council received an objection in relation to making of this order. You'll see from the report there that there were several points raised to which a response was given. Within that response, the objector is invited to either accept what the council have stated in their response, and then the order can be confirmed, or they can have it heard at the Planning Rights of Way panel, which they opted to do. So if I can show you now a couple of the photos. So we had this one here is the council-owned sycamore trees at the front of the property, and what the resident wished to do was, under their common law pruning, is remove pretty much half of the tree there on the left-hand side, so taken up from their boundary in a straight line. You can see some undergrowth there, some understory growth of the laurel, and the council have actually raised a job to have that all completely felled to ground level. Part of the objection that came through and from another resident was that it's leads to antisocial behaviour. So all along the side of the property where there's laurel, that's going to be all removed. So the photo here, you can see the oak tree in the centre. So that is the oak tree that's under the tree preservation order. And you can see some of the smaller vegetation running along the side of the property down into the car park. And that also is protected within that order. So what I'm asking the councillors to consider is the validity over the order, and based on the amenity that these trees provide, both the private tree and the council trees. And the officer's recommendation is to confirm the order without modification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we have 3 virtual speakers. I don't know if we have them all. We certainly have 2. Yeah, we have all 3 appearing on the screen. Now you have 5 minutes between you. Have you sorted out, let's say Liam Davis, because you're the first on the list. Can you say whether you've sorted out the timings between you?
No, but
Well,
shouldn't
in
matter
that
too
case,
much.
would you like me to expand it a bit and give you 2 minutes each? Would that be helpful?
2 minutes each?
Yes.
Is that what we're allowed, is it?
Well, it's 5 minutes, so you're actually getting more by having 2 minutes each, as you haven't divided 5 minutes between 3 of you, and that's hard to do.
Okay.
So you have 2 minutes and the other 2 have 2 minutes each as well, unless someone doesn't want to speak. But as all 3 of you want to speak, the best thing I can do is give you 2 minutes each.
Probably going to need at least 3. I've got, yeah.
Well, just the thing is, the other people may want 3 as well. I can't give them that because it's a 5-minute limit. So can you, unless one of them is prepared to relinquish their minutes, then I'm going to have to stop you after 2 and move on to the next person. You're all objectors, so you're all singing from the same page.
Mike, how long do you need?
Well, probably only. I can probably let you have a bit more time. It's your property at the end of the day. You know, I'm happy to keep it condensed, basically.
Yeah,
Okay,
the same with me, Liam, as well. I can condense mine.
Okay, well, let's have.
Why don't you give Liam 3 minutes and me and Becky will have a minute and a half each.
I was trying not to do half minutes, but anyway, okay. So yeah, he can have 3 minutes. We'll call after 3 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next one. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So Lauren, if you could do the timings, thanks very much. So shall we start off with Liam and then move on to the others when you've used your 3 minutes? Okay. Off you go then.
Do you want me to use the webcam or not?
Yes, that's all right. Yes, we'll see you as well as hear you.
Okay, cheers. Yeah, so gonna have to speak quickly then. So, you know, what you're voting on right now is an incredibly important moment in my life. You're deciding the future of this address, essentially. This order has caused me so much stress. It's caused me sleepless nights, anxiety. My mental health has suffered so much. Sorry, because of this. whenever I hear people outside my house or noises near the tree, I immediately worry that something has happened. Because I'm worried that if anything happens in that area, that the council are going to start trying to like blame me for something. Sorry, just got some notes which we have in there. One simple question I want to ask you personally is: would you be happy with? Hopefully you've seen the PDF. Would you be happy with seeing that oak tree outside your house in its current condition? Would you be happy with that yourself in your address if that was there? You know, I don't want to live here knowing that I'm responsible for that tree, that if anything happens to it, even though I've tried to do what I can with it, if I am being blocked from being able to be responsible for the tree, then I don't want to live here for that reason, because I'm so terrified of what would happen if that tree did move anymore and fall. I just want to now, like, so I want to apologize for cutting the side limb of my oak tree myself. I've learned from that, and I just want to have a professional tree surgeon deal with the problem. Sorry. I've even had people come up to me and complain about the mess of the trees as well, because of like it's just completely unmaintained. I've shown proof in the document that it's not been maintained by the council, and it has been maintained by previous owner. Sorry, just trying to find some things to say because I've not got a lot to say. You know, I'm just simply just trying to do the right thing here. I just want to be responsible and be able to just make the area safe. You know, I think of my grandparents who want to visit, and my little cousins that want to be able to play in the garden, and the ground is being completely ripped up. I've got a professional tree surgeon to look at this who actually previously maintained this area, which would explain why it's not a massive forest right now, because it has been maintained in the past, and even he was shocked when he saw the mess.
Okay, thank you. That's your 3 minutes. So we'll move on to the next speaker, and you've requested 1.5 minutes, haven't you? Can we do half minutes, Lauren? Yeah. So is it Mike Lawrence next? You can do 1.5 minutes from now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks, panel. Obviously, I've lived in the house next to Liam's for about, well, on and off. We've owned the house for 50 years. That stretch of ground, there's no maintenance by the council to mislead us in the fact that you say you do maintain it. That's a complete fallacy. The tree has been allowed to, you know, grow to a height that causes risk to the properties, both adjoining from falling branches, collapse on the roof, structural damage to the footings. I've got subsidence in my property that I'm going to have to underpin, and part of that is due to the root ball of the tree. And that boundary, you do not upkeep it. I have an 80-year-old mother with Alzheimer's. The back gardens are fully exposed to any vagrants that now frequent the beautiful village of Bitton. We have drug addicts, smackheads, shoplifters urinate in that boundary. So I think we need to come to a common sense approach here, where we thin it out and we trim it, just a substantial reduction of the height, getting it away from the roof, which would eliminate a lot. And I think that's the compromise here. Let's just have some common sense, please.
Okay, I think that's just about almost 1.5 minutes. Can we move on to the last speaker? Rebecca Cardy, you've got 1.5 minutes as well.
Oh yeah, thanks for giving me some time. Yeah, I agree with everything that Liam and Mike have said. Regarding the oak tree, if it is in a vulnerable state, as in it is liable to uproot, I don't know if you know the demographics of Pound Street, but this is an absolute wind tunnel. So anything coming up from south whistles up this road like there's no tomorrow. Fence panels go down, roof tiles off. One of the flats actually lost its flat roof, and that's because the wind is just channeled straight down this road. So I would be concerned if that oak tree. I'm a part of the Woodland Trust, so I love trees. But I would be concerned if that tree is not properly maintained, or no one's allowed to maintain it, then that would be a risk. The sycamore at the front is overgrown, it's overhanging the road. I've never seen the council come out and do any maintenance to any of the foliage, the trees or anything along that stretch of the park. So like Mike said, that it just doesn't happen. So if basically Liam's not allowed to arrange any maintenance, then no one's doing any maintenance, because the council definitely are not doing any maintenance. So
Okay,
where does he go from here?
That's your minute and a half. Thank you very much. Right, you can all turn off your microphones now. And we go back to the trees officer for comment.
Thank you, Chair. I will try and cover as many of these points as I've managed to scribble down. I think one important thing to consider in this is, up until recently, the trees were under the management of Active Nation, because Active Nation were running the leisure centre. So all the time that they were doing this, the council weren't actively carrying out any management of those trees, because it was under their lease terms that they carried this out. So if there hasn't been any work done on these trees for a number of years, that will be the reason why. So very recently, the council have now taken back the leisure centre, and we are now taking the trees back under our management. As mentioned, I've raised work to have all the laurel trees coppice to ground level, so they can be managed at a lower height. We are going to be carrying out work to prune the tree away from the property to give good clearance, and also all the basil epicurmic that is interrupting the footpath there. With that as well, we do have some of the trees a little bit further along there on that frontage, where the highways inspectors have said that these are low and blocking a street lamp. So under the Highways Act, we're required to do that. So we're also doing further works along that road. It's just sort of the frontage, but they're now under council consideration. There seems to be a lot of points about concern about management of the oak tree and the condition of the oak tree, and that there's a feeling that they've been blocked to do any work. As mentioned, the limb that's been partially cut, the tree surgeon had contacted us, and I was explaining what can be done under the regulations. Under a 5-day notice. This wasn't seeming to get anywhere, so I did have an invite to say, let's meet on site and we can discuss this there and then, but nothing was received back. So the last contact I'd had regarding that tree from a tree surgeon was from March. The council are not blocking any work. It comes down to an application. So if there's evidence to support the condition of the tree, whether it's causing any damage, obviously that can all be submitted. The application process does state what you are required to supply. So we can't accept an application where it just says this tree is dangerous. It's not the council's position to go and make that assessment to determine whether we consider it to be dangerous. We have to assess that information that's been supplied to us and make that assessment based on the amenity and the information that's being provided. So it's down to applications. If there's any concern, it's still a private tree. So get a tree surgeon involved. You can either get a tree surgeon or there's a consultant that can be involved, and they can make an assessment of that tree, and that report can then be submitted. I note with the additional information that was supplied, there is some photographs that show cracks in the building. Again, that comes down to evidence. The cracks in the building can be for a number of reasons. We don't know whether it's tree-related subsidence. So we need things like soil samples taken, root analysis. We need the property movement assessed to make sure that it's moving in time with the tree's active and dormant periods. And without that, we can't say whether or not the subsidence relates to the tree, or it could be a drain issue. If drains are leaking, that can wash fine material away underneath the foundation and the property then sinks. It may not recover because that points to a drain issue. So again, that comes down to provision of information sent to us along with an application. There's lots of bits there that say they can maintain the tree as.
Sorry, people who are watching virtually can't join in when you've had your time.
Yeah, so the points raised about the council not managing these trees, hopefully I've covered that. For a number of years they were under active nation, so they weren't managed by the council. The comment about the tree likely to uproot in strong winds. Now, trees grow reactively to their location, so if there's been subject to wind forces hitting that tree, it will react to that over time. The tree's been there for a number of years, so it's grown that way because of its local environment. I think I've covered it. As I say, it all comes down to, there's a lot of it to do with the condition of the trees, the current condition of the trees, but this is all points again to a private tree. Where we've looked at the tree, we don't consider that anything they've supplied to say that, you know, it doesn't warrant a tree preservation order. But of course, if an application is submitted and it's demonstrated that it is causing problems to the property and it is tree related subsidence, of course the council will have to consider that and the decision would be made on that. Again, with the condition of the tree, submit an application, we can consider that and we give a decision on that. But as I said, as it is currently, we've received nothing in relation to those trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I move to questions, I just want to clarify something, because I think I've got a bit confused by some of the things that have been said. This is a private tree. The council owns some trees that are part of this tree preservation order that's been made. But there's no suggestion that the lack of maintenance on the council owned trees has had any effect on the privately owned tree, is there? I haven't seen anything. I'm just wondering what the maintenance of the council owned trees has to do with this privately owned tree, apart from the fact it's all part of the same order.
As I say, if looking at the actual tree preservation order and assessing the amenity, what the council have done in management of the trees doesn't really bear any relevance into making that assessment on the amenity. As I said, it's only very recently that these trees have come back under council management. We do have works raised and that is in progress. So we are managing the trees. I did find that some years ago, it must have been prior to Active Nation, or Active Nation asked us to do the work. We had carried out some work, but I think that was back in about 2008. So there has been a long period in between where it would appear that the council have not been undertaking any management of those trees, and it's simply because we weren't the person that, you know, responsible for them.
Yes, but what I'm clarifying is we are only really looking at the TPO in relation to this privately owned tree at this meeting. Is that right?
Well, the tree preservation order covers the council trees and also the individual private trees. So then they're not separate. They are under the same order. Yeah, if you felt that the council tree should not be protected, or vice versa, that the private one should not be protected, we can confirm the order with modification, so we can then remove part of it if that's what the councillors wish. But yeah, so it's essentially all of them at the moment because they're under that one order.
Thank you. Okay, I'll ask for questions. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Price.
So are we allowed to add conditions to this order for the maintenance of cutting it back? You said you had planned a maintenance to have the tree cut back to behind the property line. Are we able to add that work is a condition of the tree protection order? Is that something we have the power to do?
No, so it's down on application, but what we can do is, I mean, the council are going to prune them back, and we can do that to abate a nuisance. So we don't want our trees to allow to damage a property. But what we can also do, if someone were to submit an application and say they wanted them a certain height over their driveway, we can give what we call a roll-in decision, and we can say, okay, then crown lift them to 5 meters above the driveway and do so for the next 10 years on an as and when requirement. That then releases the requirement for an application. It does make it easier. For these general sort of works that may come up from time to time, it's sensible to do that.
Anyone else? Councillor Wood.
Hi. As a rough estimate, what would you say was the age of this tree and the age of the property?
Well, that's a difficult one to judge. I would probably put the tree probably is less age than the property. I would say the property existed with the tree then following. Given the size of the tree, the dimensions of it, probably looking 80 to 100 years old. It's very difficult to trees, as I said before, they grow to their environment. So if they've got good access to nutrient, water, they can really take off. But if the soil is poor and they haven't got great access to water, then they will slow down their growth.
And how far away
The
is
house was built in 1990. The house was built in 1990.
I'm sorry, we can't have people jumping in.
When you ask
on
the
this.
question, he can't
Yeah.
answer it. He
I'm
asked the
sorry.
question,
Yeah,
he
but
can't
that's
answer
not
it.
the way it works. Is there any way we can cut that off, Lauren? Yes, thank you.
So what is the distance from the house to the tree approximately?
I think Mr. Davies has said it's about 2.5 meters. I will stand corrected on what the I think Mr. Lawrence said there. I didn't know that this is a more recent. I think he's suggesting that the property was built about 1990. So the property seems to have been, if that's the case, then the property has been built right up to the oak tree. So the oak tree would have been there when somebody decided to build the property.
I'm assuming oak trees don't need maintenance every year. You can go a decade without doing anything to them.
Yeah, I mean, a tree can be left, to do its own devices, really. But there are exceptions within the tree preservation order regulations, such as deadwood. Now, deadwood is caused naturally within the tree, and you don't need to notify or apply to carry out that work. And if it's close to a property such as this, a simple application can be submitted to say, provide, for argument's sake, 2 meters clearance to the property, and we can give that as a roll-in decision and say, do that whenever it's required to maintain that distance, and that can be done for a number of years.
Councillor Price again.
Sorry. Do we know what the time frame is for the works that have been planned, and when an application is submitted, what the time frame is for a response normally for the application?
The work that we've got submitted, I can't give you a time frame on that. That's with the tree surgery team, and they organise their own workload. They are running behind at present, so there is a bit of a backlog. But it's something I can bring up and say, look, can we please push this one up? And with the application process, there's an 8-week time frame in which the council are to determine the application. If it goes past that, then they can go to the planning inspectorate for non-determination. But again, we aim to turn those around a lot quicker. And certainly if the tree is known, we get applications in from people quite regularly, and we know that tree, and we can say, okay, then, that's fine. So it might be one that can be done quite simply from a desktop, really, without requirement of having to visit, because we know the tree so well.
Any more questions? Any statements? Councillor Shields.
Appreciate this is quite exasperating for all the parties concerned. It does strike me that that the council is committed to maintaining and taking effective works to manage the risks that are presented by these trees here. And that's something which is good. It just kind of worries me that in all the toing and froing that's been going on, there's been a cost associated with that, which I would have thought that resource could be better used to modifying the problems that exist there. So I just hope in trying to reach an amicable resolution here that we can somehow foreshorten these types of disputes so that we don't have to bring it to a committee like this, so that we can get on and meet the needs of that. And I didn't make a note there particularly that, and this is something that we need to take elsewhere, but when we're monitoring the performance of those that we outsource services to, we make sure that they actually fulfil what they're meant to be doing, because it's quite clear from what you said there that Active Nation, during their period of management of this area, clearly didn't maintain these parameters, and that added to the problem. Those are my thoughts there, and so I hope we can get resolution as quickly as possible to the satisfaction of all parties concerned.
Anybody else? Right, so I think the reason why I asked the questions at the beginning is because I'm trying to make this what the actual issue is, because there have been a lot of other things brought in, and one of them being Active Nation, but of course they're no longer working for the council. The other trees, which I think I was reassured weren't really affecting, the only connection they have with this particular tree is they're all in the same TPO. I don't see that you're not allowed to maintain your own tree and make it safe just because it has a TPO on it. You need to have a proper tree surgeon to do it, and they would provide you with the information you needed to apply. So I don't really see that it is a problem having a TPO if you're willing to have the work done, which clearly the owner is willing to have the work done. So I don't really see a reason why there shouldn't be this TPO granted. And so really we just have to move to the vote, which is on the recommendation. I just want to make sure I get that right, because it's not a regular planning application. The head of service is seeking permission to confirm a tree preservation order subject to an objection. So the recommendation is to confirm the Southampton 42 Pound Street Tree Preservation Order 2026 without modification. So all those in favour of confirming the tree preservation order? All those against? Any abstentions? One abstention. Did you get the numbers, Lauren? Thank you very much. So that's passed? Yes, thank you. I was having trouble counting. Yeah, so yes, so that's passed, and thank you very much to everyone who, thank you, Mr. Claiborne-Bone. That recommendation has passed. Thank you. So we're just swapping officers at the moment. So I will just reiterate that what I have on my list for this next item is that we have 2 people who are virtual, who are objectors. I hope they're still able to log on. We have 3 supporters who are in the room, and we have a ward councillor who is also in the room. Anyone who is speaking will have 15 minutes, which will be shared. And I hope that you have been able to get together and share the time. As you've seen from the first item, we are prepared to help you share it by setting fractions at a time. I'm just reminding people of that while we wait for the officer to get his computer set up. Apologies for yet more technical delays. Oh, there we are. Right, we're ready to go, I think. Mr. Pigeon, you want to go on? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pigeon.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So first planning item this evening is for a purpose-built student development at 2 Victor Street in Shirley. 10 floors of accommodation, 251 bed spaces, arranged with 27 clusters. So that's 191 bed spaces and then 60 studios. Located within Shirley Town Centre. And there's a mix of surrounding uses, including Wordsworth Primary and Infant School, Salvation Army Hall, Sainsbury's. And then in the wider area, there are residential developments, pre-war and post-war. Noteworthy is Ridding Close, which is, you should be able to see the cursor there. There's housing land with 111 residential units. So originally Southampton City Council owned housing, some which has changed, some of those units have now changed hands. And there's 100 car parking spaces serving those units within or on housing land itself. There's also Ridding Close, which is highway land. So there's two different elements of car parking in that street. The context, we have 16 floors of accommodation in Shirley Towers, 4 stories in Ridding Close, 3 for Wordsworth School, and then the pre-war residential to the west is 2 floors of accommodation generally. St James Park is 0.3 miles to the north, 6-minute walk. Ridding Close is the most effective residential property. It's about 38 metres away from the site. Architectural context is red brick, chamfered corners, white decor, and permeable ground floors for a number of the units. This is where the architectural influence has come from for the design. There is an approved scheme that was granted in March 2018. It was granted at planning. It wasn't granted at planning by planning panel actually, but the schemes leading towards this was taken to planning committee. So there's a bit of history. Planning panel did not object to this bulk and scale. It was all to do with affordable housing. There wasn't affordable housing, and panel thought that was a particularly damning element. The application was then appealed, and the appeal inspector decided that the scheme could go ahead without affordable housing. This scheme has not come forward because it's unviable, even at the moment, even without affordable housing. There's some serious problems with deliverability in the city, as I'm sure you're aware. So moving on to the proposed plans, then it's a mix of clusters, and those clusters would have shared kitchen, dining, and living space. That's across each floor of the building, and there are studios as well, as I've mentioned. Room sizes range from 12 to 21 square meters. I'm afraid I need to adjust the table. It 2.6 in the report. To reflect that, I reported 12.5. It's actually 12 meters. Small change there. And communal rooms, more importantly, again, hands up, I've done some bad maths when adding up the total amount of floor area for communal rooms. I'd quoted 570. It's actually 1,010. So that makes a larger contribution. I think it's around about 4 square meters per flat, and that's a generous allocation. Those communal rooms include gym, cinema, reception, general purpose amenity at the ground floor. Moving on to the roof plan, got 9th floor and the roof plan. We've got PV on the roof as well as a green roof. They're controlled by condition. Elevations then, touched on this before, red brick, white banding, active frontage. So that's how that scheme has evolved over time. And as you'll see in the report, no objection from the design review panel, no objection from our urban design manager. Moving on to the 3D image then. So yeah, what this shows me is relief to the elevations. It's not flat, there's some variety there. Some opportunity for landscaping at ground floor, providing some setting off the Victor Street and Crown Street junction. Then we've got some images showing context. So top left, so the first one, top left is Sydney Road. To the top right is Ridding Close, then Anglesey Road, bottom left, and Vincent Road, and Howard's Grove, bottom right. Then moving to the next one. What this shows is, so this slide and the previous slide shows how this property will be seen. And I think probably if you know from Shirley well, what you'll appreciate is when you're closer and away from Shirley High Street, you'll see the 16-storey building of Shirley Towers more prominent, But when you go on to Shirley Road and some of the residential streets in and around Shirley, because of other buildings getting in the way and because of distances and things like that, you don't see it so much. So whilst it is a 10-story building, it's not always going to be looming up from every view. And this second slide sort of shows typically that in some of those wider views, it's not looming up over and above everything else. Next, we've got some shadow diagrams. Top one shows the morning. There's no great impact on residential properties in the morning. The shadow is mostly over commercial buildings and car parks and the highway. When you move on to the afternoon, in particular, so this survey is taken on the equinox, so the midway point in the year, so the average, and what it shows is that there is an impact on Reading Close properties into the late afternoon and early evening. Obviously, different times of year, that impact will be different, but that's the average. There's been a detailed BRE daylight and sunlight assessment that that's been carried out for the scheme. 3 different ways of assessing daylight and sunlight, all of which, when you take all of it into account, whilst there is an impact in the evening, afternoon, evening, it overall complies with that BRE guidance and when taken as a whole. Moving on then to comparison drawing. This shows footprint of the approved scheme and broadly the outline of the approved scheme in comparison with the proposed scheme. So red outline being what was approved, blue being proposed. So you can see that change. And last, next scheme, should we need to change this development to open market housing, it's demonstrated that that can be achieved. We know that that's a question that sometimes comes up at planning committee. That's why we've asked for this slide to be produced. And I think the next ones are parking surveys. So the parking on site and in Reading Close shows that there is some capacity. The report goes into this in a bit more detail. There's no information available to show how many students will bring vehicles to a site. We would expect it to be less than open market housing. And the critical thing here, being a no car scheme, is that it's a high accessibility area. One of the highest accessibility areas in the city, other than the city centre, lots of buses. The location is commutable to the university. It's around about a 20-minute bus journey, I believe. And we can double check that in a moment. I've got it written down, but if you need that, it's a relatively short journey to the Highfield University by bike, walking. There are buses available. Same with Solent University. Oceanography Centre is a bit longer. I think that's about an hour's walk away. But again, buses into town, cycle routes, half an hour or so. And the hospital, which is the main target for this, it's medical students. That's around about a 20-minute bus ride or 20-minute walk away, 10-minute cycle from this site. So yeah, really appropriately positioned for sustainable transport. I think that's probably the key thing. There are some updates. There were 6 additional objections. One of the main additional points, or the only additional point really to note, is elderly residents, impact on elderly residents. But the planning system does not give particular weight to objections simply because objections are pensioners. And their amenity concerns, daylight outlook, noise, those sorts of things have been assessed already as part of the planning application. So those are the key things. Okay, conditions to update. Condition number 21 can move to a performance condition. That's because we have the information that we need pre-development or pre-start. They just need to we just need to make sure that the developer carries out the works in accordance with the details that have been provided. So yeah, condition 21 goes from pre-commencement to performance. And we would also like to add condition 41, which is a student occupation restriction. So they'll need to apply for planning permission if they want to convert to open market housing. And the only other thing to point out is paragraph 5.25 of the report refers to conditions to require a travel plan and student intake management plan. However, this is covered by points 8 and 4 of the section 106. So the report has said conditions. I should have said section 106 to cover those things. So it is covered. It's just in a slightly different way to control. So 5.25 is the section of the report which refers to conditions, but it's the travel plan and student intake management plan is covered by points 8 and 4 of the section 106 heads of terms, and that's at the start of the report. Sorry, I didn't say that. That's at the very beginning of the report under the recommendation. Points 8 and 4, they're Roman numerals. Points 8 and point 4 of the section 106 heads of terms. That's on pages 28 and 29 of your report, of your document. Okay, I think that's it for my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, we have had a number of statements from objectors. I think the additional 6 were mentioned. We have 3 listed that arrived earlier, but we have statements from 2 objectors who also wish to speak virtually. Have we got those online? Right. So they are Victoria Hernandez and Wynne Hernandez. If you want to, you're together, are you? So you share 15 minutes. It's up to you how you divide it, but unless you want us to divide it for you, I assume as you're together.
We can talk collaboratively if that's okay.
Yes, so you've got 15 minutes then, and
Okay.
Lauren will time you. So if you go now.
Can I just ask for clarification on what condition point 21 was? Because we haven't seen the report, so we weren't quite sure what you were referring to.
Mr. Pigeon, would you like to clarify that?
Yeah, sure. So condition 21 is about zero and low carbon energy sources. So this is solar PV, air source heat pumps, those sorts of things. The applicant has provided a report to detail those things, and our sustainability advisor is happy with those proposals, so that the wording of the condition is already complied with, or the detail to allow it to be complied with is there. We just need to make sure that that's carried out in accordance with that detail.
And is there a noise decibel report based on that to the local community?
Can I just say that you have 15 minutes to make a statement. That doesn't include questioning the officer. I mean, he's clarified that for you, but I don't
In his
think...
presentation, I wasn't quite sure what he was referring to, so it was just clarification.
Yes,
It wasn't
okay.
about
He's
questioning.
clarified that. If you want to have your 15 minutes now.
Collectively, yes, so it started at 26 minutes past. So with that in mind, what basically collectively we're considering as a community within Reading Close and the surrounding area is the impact that that block is going to have on the demographic, whether that is the primary school children. At no point in any of that presentation did it consider the safeguarding and the welfare and the prevent duty towards the primary school children at Reading Close. The social and the mental impact that that's going to have on the children. So again, I appreciate in your report it said that there was minimal sunlight blocking the local area, but actually a 10-block building in front of the primary school, which is already shaded by multiple buildings, is quite a challenging environment for the children. So again, having that additional sunlight blocked, having that building overshadow the school, where they have a open platform rooftop where they can do work, they can do environmental studies. Having that block in front of the school could be detrimental to them as well. Also, from the safeguarding and the prevent side of things, we cannot guarantee that anybody that's living in that block of flats, student or public, is safeguarded suitably to not be in that contact with the children. We can't guarantee their safety. So will they be filmed? Will they be photographed? Will they be watched? So the school has been completely disregarded in that fact. Also, the statement also covered things about amenities. So the doctor's surgery, local dentists, Shirley is saturated currently. There is a major lack of availability in the amenities for GP surgeries, dentists. If you add 251 block building units for those people, where are they going to get their GP surgery? Where are they going to have a dentist? You know, it's not just about having a building block in place for those people to live. It's the impact of the area around it as well. Also, you stated in your report that Ridding Close has 100 spaces available for the 111 units of Ridding Close. At the moment, the GP surgery use Ridding Close. Wordsworth Primary use Ridding Close.
People who work in Shirley.
People who work in Shirley use Ridding
People who work
Close.
for the council.
Council,
The library.
everybody, anybody and everybody knows Ridding Close and Shirley, Sainsbury's and Shirley have free parking. At the moment, those two areas are absolutely saturated due to the parking restrictions in other car parks. So at Ridding Close, between drop-offs of school and at certain points of the day, there is no parking. There is nothing because the schools use it, because depending on the land, you mentioned something about it being highway land. So again, the residents of Ridding Close have asked for permits to try and manage the parking in the area, and that's got turned down. So again, struggling with issues such as parking is ongoing. What else did we have? I know you said something about the impact of a demographic of pensioners. It can't be taken into account. I appreciate that. But when you have a high pensioner rated area within what you're asking to be built, you've got to think of the pavement structure. Already, they struggle to travel around the local area due to the poor standards of pavements. They are people falling over every day. People fall over outside Victor Street Surgery because the paving is that bad. You're then asking them to travel around a building site as well as that. On top of that, once that building's built, what is going to expand around the building? So are you going to have EVO, electric scooting sites? Are they going to be put in place so those students can get the 30-minute travel ride to the university? It's not just about the building block. It's not just about it being there. It's the impact it's having on the community. And this is majorly impacting everyone.
Yeah.
Which bit do you want me to talk about? Sorry, we're just referring to our notes.
Why can't they use the building down?
Oh, yes. So with the local buildings that are in the local areas, such as the one down by the Mayflower Theatre and the train station, there are a lot of empty buildings that used to be known as the HSBC building, things like that. Why are they not being considered, which has got the train station on its doorstep and has got walking distance to different external sites of the university? Why are they not being considered instead of rebuilding a block of flats in an area that it cannot be sustained? Is a question that we'd like answered, is why are other sites not being considered that are already stood empty? So that's something to consider.
And if they do have to build something in that plot of land, it should be affordable housing or council. Social. Yeah, it should be social housing.
So the idea towards what that space could be used for is something that is impacting the community in a positive way. Why does it have to be a building for people to live in an area that's already saturated? Why can it not be used as a community centre, a green space, somewhere to go for people for outreach? mothers and toddler groups, to sustain the community and make it more of a positive area to live in. We've had a lot of antisocial behaviour in Shirley High Street, with a lot of the residents and the shops being impacted by this. If there was somewhere that the community had to go to, it would be a lot more of a sustainable area. Crown Street is a one-way, very, very tight system. So Crown Street is a one-way system. It has rear access to buildings for deliveries. Arctic lorries need to get down there. Same with Sainsbury's, the Arctic lorries need to get down there. If that is all cordoned off because of building work, sorting out pipe work underground for Wi-Fi, water, electric, sewage, the impact on the community that's going to have is, where are those Arctic lorries going to go? How are they going to get to where they've got to go to if that building continues to be built? It's not just about the building going up, it's everything else around it, before, during and after. I noticed in your report you gave some images about ridding the tower block of Shirley not being visually impactful to the local area, and I beg to differ on that in the most strongest level. You can see the tower blocks from any point in Shirley. You can see the tower block from St James's Park. You can see the tower block from what's the road where Ashby is?
Can't remember what that.
Yeah, so all around Ridding Close and the surrounding areas, you can see that tower block. That tower block blocks out a lot of light. You're saying that a 10-storey tower block is not going to block out light, and it's not going to be impacted on the communal areas and the residential areas around it, which I strongly disagree with. You're saying that the sunlight is going to only block out the evening sun across Ridding Close. Well, that's when people get home. That's when people were sat having their dinner, sat at the breakfast bar in the kitchen, or they're stood talking to their neighbours in the evening. Why would they stand and talk to their neighbours in the evenings on their balconies if it's dark and shaded and overcast? So you're saying that it's not an impact, where actually it is. And the AI and the imagery that you've made can make it look any way. You had it lovely blue sky and then no impact. Well, where the sun rises from east to west, where that tower block is, would block out the proportion of the sunlight of that day. So yes, I think the sunlight issue is a little bit over.
Yeah, because we actually live in Ridding Close. With the tower that's already there, we get half an hour to an hour and a half sunlight on the back balcony. You build this new tower up front, will have no sun whatsoever. So unless the proposed person doing this building, unless you come and stay and see where the sun shines and where the sun don't shine, we won't have any sun whatsoever.
So Ridding Close will be in permanent shade throughout the whole of the day, especially in the winter months as well.
And Ridding Close is actually a close, so there's only one way in and one way out. If you're building this proposed building, it is going to have an impact on people coming in and going out, where the roads are not really suitable for HGVs. So we're going to have a bit of a problem here with how long this building will take. It's going to have such an impact on the shops.
Everyone's safe.
And Shirley Road has been shut now for waterworks for months, and it's had an impact. So the building will have an impact on the roads,
even worse,
in and out of Shirley, and we have to put up with all the dust that we actually won't be able to open our windows when this all starts.
Yeah,
and we've just had this heat. Thanks very much, but that's what I've got to say.
You think of anything else?
You're not thinking about the people that live in Shirley. You're just thinking about money. Why can't you build on that big tower that's been shut for 15 years by the train station?
So I had a letter sent to us last week by Southern Water, and it was to state, it was a bit of an advertisement, but also raising awareness that by 2030, the South East will have a higher demand than supply of clean, fresh running water to its current residents. If you add a block of 250 units, how can we, as a community and part of the Southeast, make our water sustainable and stretch as far as it needs to go. It's all on the buses, there's leaflets, there's posters. The whole media campaign is about sustainability of water. Currently, by 2030, if we do not currently have enough to sustain us, how is adding a block of 251 units going to improve that or give us the chance as a community across the South Coast to make that happen? I know it's a bigger picture, but it's still another drench. We did see in the Daily Echo recently this week that a HMO of 18 units got refused because of the impact on the community. So that is 2 roads away from the proposed site. So my question is, from 2 roads away, if a unit of 18 is not suitable for the community for the whole range of reasons it gave, how can a unit of 251 possibly be positively impacting the community?
For this community.
For this community. What does 251 units of students living, I mean, they've got to go somewhere, I appreciate that, but there are other places that they could go. What does it have as a positive impact to our community to having them on a corner of a piece of land that is already currently so saturated? Is there anything else I can do?
I think that.
No, I think we've said enough. Thank you for listening, and thank you for giving us this time and chance to voice our concerns.
Okay, thank you very much. So if you turn off your microphones and your camera, and you won't be able to contribute again. Okay, so now we move to the supporters. We have in the room, we have Kerry Futter, Andrew Taylor and Keshni Patel Rayani. If you want to come forward to the microphones, and between you, you have 15 minutes as well.
Chair, members, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the planning application today. I'm Kerry Futter of KF Planning Consultancy, and myself and Andrew Taylor of Patel Taylor Architects are speaking in support of the application today. Members have before them a comprehensive officer report which assesses all relevant planning considerations and concludes that planning permission should be granted. Over an extended period, the proposal has been the subject of detailed scrutiny by officers, specialist consultees and independent experts. The scheme has been robustly assessed in respect of transport, heritage, townscape, daylight and sunlight, residential amenity, sustainability, ecology and drainage. There are no objections from consultees, and there have been only 3 objections during the application from local residents. I note the comments made today, but won't go into in detail because I think they're covered in the information that we've submitted and in the officer report. As confirmed in the panel report, adopted planning policy supports tall buildings in this location. Shirley is second only, obviously, to Southampton in terms of its scale and above the other district centres. The site comprises previously developed land in a highly sustainable location. In the context of the current NPPF and consultation NPPF, this site is a prime, highly sustainable urban brownfield, previously developed vacant site in a town centre location where policy focuses new development and redevelopment with high quality design optimising the space. Andrew will touch further on the specific context and design response in a moment. The planning application submission included a detailed need assessment for the proposed student accommodation undertaken by Savills. The report not only details the overall need in Southampton, but the specific need related to medical students based at Southampton General Hospital within the University Hospital campus. This is a base for both day-to-day learning and placements, the latter often in unsociable hours. Medical and associated students make up 11% of Southampton's total student population. That's over 4,000 students. And the University of Southampton has 3 subjects in the global top 50 according to the 2026 QS rankings, including nursing. However, there is no existing purpose-built student accommodation located in proximity to the hospital. The application site is not an arbitrary location. It is well placed to serve students. It's located within Shirley Town Centre, only a 20-minute walk from the hospital, just set back from the High Street, close to Shirley Precinct, Sainsbury's Supermarket and Shirley Towers. There are also wider substantial benefits to regenerating the long-term brownfield site, including bringing investment to Shirley, regeneration of a prominent derelict site which has been vacant for many years with the building of the highest design quality, increased activity and footfall within the town centre supporting local businesses and services, including public transport, addressing the shortfall of student accommodation, aiding housing supply and delivery in the city and reducing pressure on the private rented sector and family housing. For these reasons and for the reasons set out comprehensively within the panel report, we respectfully ask members to support the officer recommendation and grant planning permission.
Good evening. Again, Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this application tonight. I'm Andrew Taylor from Patel Taylor, architect for this proposal. This site, the former Shirley Social Club, as we've seen, has sat vacant and derelict for years. Today, it stands as a visual and inactive void that scars the townscape and discourages local footfall. Our proposal represents a transformative turning point. From the outset, this scheme is particularly well placed to serve medical and healthcare students given the proximity to Southampton General Hospital. By introducing the neighbourhood's first purpose-built student accommodation, this proposal will play an important role in the regeneration of Shirley Town Centre. It will inject continuous daily footfall, help revive the local high street and sustainably optimise a highly accessible and empty brownfield site. We've crafted a design driven by a commitment to contextual repair. The immediate surroundings are visually fragmented, sitting at the intersection of post-war estates, retail buildings and civic spaces. This project steps into that varied urban context to restore a structure. We're replacing a derelict perimeter with buildings that line the public realm, framing Victor Street and Crown Street with active edges and making it a much safer environment. The architecture draws on Shirley's established brick character. It uses setbacks, articulation and carefully considered detailing to reduce the perceived scale. We have used chamfers, sculpted corners typical of Shirley's historic urban grain. These social devices open up views, improve wayfinding and naturally ease the building's massing. At ground floor, extensive glazing ensures that vibrant internal student amenity spaces directly animate the streets with passive surveillance. Inside, future residents will thrive around a biodiverse inner courtyard designed to optimise daylight and well-being. This is not the scheme that was originally brought forward, and we thank officers for their collaborative input. In response to feedback from officers and the design advisory panel, reduce the footprint, refine the scale, lowering the overall height and creating a stepped 8 to 10 storey form that you see before you tonight. Members will also be aware that Southampton's Design Advisory Panel congratulated the team on the architectural and material quality aspirations of the design and concluded that it would make a positive contribution to Shirley Town Centre. The panel's principal comments related to the importance of delivering high quality public realm, which we confer with, rather than the principal height in this location. Having assessed those changes, together with extensive technical evidence submitted in support of the application, officers have concluded that planning permission should be granted. Members, in conclusion, this proposal replaces a long vacant brownfield site with a high quality building that's been independently reviewed, thoroughly tested and carefully refined through the planning process. It represents a significant opportunity for Shirley, and I hope that you'll support the officer's recommendation and improve the application tonight. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. Just wait for you to turn the microphone off. Thanks. Right, well, our final speaker is, I believe, Councillor Shank, Ward Councillor, and you also have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, members of the panel. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. Firstly, I'd like to thank the planning officers for what is clearly a detailed and thorough report. It's evident that a considerable amount of work has gone into assessing this application, and I appreciate the care and professionalism that's gone into preparing it. Having read the report carefully, I find myself agreeing with many of the factual conclusions. Where I respectfully differ is in the planning balance that has ultimately been reached. The question for members tonight is whether on balance this is the proposal is the right development for the site. And tonight I'm here to advocate that this is not the case. I'm not against development, especially on previously developed land, but I felt compelled to speak against this proposal after speaking to residents, visiting the site, and reading this report. Much of what I'm going to say echoes objections raised by former councillors Winning and Percival. And before I begin in earnest, just to reflect on the previous speaker, I think there were objections from Housing and Natural England, which are found 5.26 and 5.30 on this report. I'd like to focus my objections on 3 areas that make up material reasons to refuse this application. My first concern is about the scale, bulk, and appearance of the building and its relationship with Shirley. Again, I want to be clear, I'm not arguing that the site should remain vacant, nor am I suggesting Shirley should never accommodate taller buildings. However, I do believe this proposal exceeds what the report itself identifies as the normal expectation of this location. In section 1.1, the officer describes the surrounding area as characterized by 2 to 4 story buildings, with Shirley Towers, of course, forming the principal tall building within the locality. That establishes the existing character of the area. Most importantly, however, I would draw members to the comments of the council's urban design manager. In section 5.22, which is on page 40, the report states that an uplift to 6 to 8 stories would not be an unrealistic expectation within the designated town center. It goes on to say that, whether the additional 2 stories create an unreasonable harm, and they conclude that it does not. And I fully respect that judgment. However, it's for the members to weigh this alongside other material considerations before them. What struck me is that the section goes on to say that the applicant justifies the height in the design and access statement there on the emerging development of the town center. It's deemed in this report that there's no evidence of demand for that level of change that's found in the DNSA, nor is there an adopted master plan or design code to support that vision in Shirley, and that the height appears to be driven largely by the viability of a particular land use type rather than a compelling contextual or character reason. For me, that's a very significant observation. If the justification for 10 stories rests more on the viability of this particular scheme than on the established character of Shirley or any adopted master plan or design code for the town center in future, I respectfully suggest members are entitled to question whether that additional height has been sufficiently justified. Once approved, this building will inevitably become part of the benchmark against which future proposals are judged and will absolutely form a permanent feature of Shirley's skyline. My second point of concern is about neighboring residents and the impact on their lives. In section 5.5, page 34, the report states the BRE daylight and sunlight assessment identifies some moderate harm to daylight of neighboring flats within Ridding Close. The report concludes that the moderate impacts are not considered to outweigh the tilted balance. Now, I completely accept and understand that that is the officer's judgment. However, speaking to residents, hearing what we've just heard, particularly those living in Ridding Close, I respectfully reach a different conclusion. I think the important point to remember is that the harm exists and is described as moderate. This is not a debate about whether there will be an impact, and the report says as much. The question before members is whether this impact is acceptable when weighed against the benefits of the broader proposal. Obviously, for the residents of Ridding Close, this is not a planning issue. This is their day-to-day lives and the quality of their homes and the amount of natural daylight that they receive and the environment in which they live every day. There's one further aspect on Ridding Close that I would ask members to consider. Again, it's been covered before, but to consider it again, it's parking. I note that the Highways Authority has raised no objection, and I respect that. However, I also note that the council's own housing services raise concerns in section 5.26, as I've mentioned previously, that the car park serving Reading Close are already heavily used, noting Sainsbury's, doctor surgeries, and of course the scouting hall that's also on Reading Closed. All are influenced by overspill from surrounding areas and are not intended to serve the new development. Of course, it is acknowledged in the report that the impact on local parking pressure must be considered as part of the planning balance. Yeah, and my final point concerns on the certainty of the benefits. So the report concludes that there remains a need for student accommodation, but there's several important qualifications on there. In section 5.21, page 39, the planning policy team notes that the new HESA data has been published and showing a drop in student numbers in Southampton for 24-25. The figures show a decline in student numbers. The report ultimately concludes that although there remains a need, it's one of those things that, it's very much dependent on demand continuing. And I'm not suggesting that there's no need for student accommodation. Rather, I'm just suggesting that there's, a more nuanced evidence for this. So student demand changes over time, markets change. To give an example in another ward, one only needs to look at Portswood. The Portswood Shopping Centre currently sits waiting for demolishing, and developers were to have built flats for more than 500 students, but progress has stalled due to wider economic challenges. When members weigh the planning balance, I respectfully, ask that you just think of the permanent impacts on neighboring residents, and that these should be weighed carefully. So in conclusion, Chair and members, I just ask, is this the right development? Having read the officer's report, 3 conclusions for me emerge. First, the proposal exceeds the 6 to 8 story uplift that the council identifies as a realistic expectation as part of Shirley Town Centre, and members must therefore decide whether the additional height has been sufficiently justified. Second, the report accepts that neighboring residents will experience moderate daylight harm and that parking in the area will be susceptible to overspill. And third, with student numbers, just supporting the proposal, while absolutely genuine, they're declining, and it's especially a difficult student recruitment climate for universities at the moment. So for those reasons, I respectfully believe that planning balance falls against this application. And I would just like to say thank you.
Thank you very much. So we now go back to Mr. Pigeon for his responses.
Thank you, Chair. It's really broad. There's a number of subject areas here, a large number of points that have just been raised by the 3 different groups of speakers. I'll try and cover each of those off as best I can, but I'll probably rely on questions more so than just coming back at this stage, given how many different points there are. But there are some important things to highlight and perhaps reiterate from what is set out in the report. There is a need for student accommodation in the city still. That's what the report says, and that's what the conclusion says to the planning policy team. It's important that and both the urban design manager as well, their conclusion on design points. I've deliberately put in all of the comments from both of those teams to make sure that it's very clear that this is how they've come to their conclusions. But the important thing is they have come to conclusions. The policy team have not objected to the application based on student housing need. And also it's very important for us to also remember that this does have a contribution to our overall housing targets in the city, which we're, as everyone I'm sure is aware, we're not delivering enough housing in the city at the moment. And the reason there, the principle of this, it works to the idea is that there's the potential for this to offset existing housing which is used for students. So, you know, your standard residential houses in Portswood, elsewhere in Shirley, perhaps for students, certainly in the city centre, you know, could revert back to open market housing rather than HMOs. So that's the kind of one of the key elements to the student need. I just make the point about, whilst I'm on that, it's page 40 in the report talks about that's where you see the conclusion from the planning policy team on that point. Sorry, I think I've got that wrong. It's page 4. Sorry, page 40 includes the conclusions from the planning policy team, and it also includes the beginning of the section for the urban design manager, but his conclusion is set out in page 41. He says that overall, from a design perspective, the height of the building is not unduly harmful to the character of the wider townscape, town centre. It's also worth noting that since the time of the pre-app, the consultation draft with the NPPF policy has also been issued, and policy DP3 states that in regard to the existing context, this should not preclude innovation or change where appropriate, especially when an increased scale or density of development is justified in accordance with policy L2. Effectively saying that larger scale development in this location is acceptable. Key point is the design advisory panel did not object to the height as well, and yeah, urban design manager. Also, the development would not harm nearby heritage assets or their setting. The point about Shirley Towers being visible from other parts in the neighbourhood, you can see it from other parts of the neighbourhood, but it's not always prominent. That was my point. Having a 10-storey building in this location, if you're stood outside of Sainsbury's in the precinct, you're not going to see it because the Sainsbury's building is going to be in the way. So it's not always going to be there. In terms of the daylight and sunlight assessment, as I've said, overall, so the BRE guidance talks about 20% change in impact. There's 3 different tests. They are quite technical, but overall this scheme, whilst it will have an impact in some areas, it's not a significant impact, and overall it passes that test. So 20%, it talks about whether that's perceivable, and the idea is that you would not have a significant notice. Where the residents will notice it, as I pointed out before, is in the evening. So the shadow diagram shows evenings, the sun falling, the shadow cast being over Ridding Close. But there will be plenty of hours throughout the day where it's not affected, and that's what the BRE guidance allows us to do, allows us to test. Most development will have an impact. It always comes back to this point, is whether or not it's significantly harmful. And in terms of daylight, sunlight, shading, it isn't going to have a significant impact when you look at that guidance. In terms of parking overspill, there were on the two assessment times, there was 13 and 10 spaces available in Ridding Close overnight. And I've had a look, and I think that's a fair assessment when I've been to site in the evenings as well. I think the point that, and that's on the highway. I think the point is that it feels to me as though there's more capacity for car parking in Ridding Close than objectors seem to make out. There's a lot of concern that there's not space, where when I've been there is some capacity. It's not chock-a-block. It wasn't difficult for me to find space when I've been to look at it in the evenings. There are contributions. Again, it's a high accessibility area, but the proposal will also make contributions to real-time bus services. £27,000 is allocated for that. £10,000 to fund a traffic regulation order to restrict parking in Ridding Close, limited waiting only. Improvements to pedestrian and cycle infrastructure around the junction of Crown Street and Victor Street. There's a travel plan which will encourage people not to use cars or bring cars to site. And there's a requirement to ensure that the marketing information also says it's not a site with car parking. There's also a SIL contribution over £900,000 that could be used for community infrastructure. And in terms of accessibility to the hospital, it's 20-minute walk, 20-minute bus ride. The University Hospital, 20-minute walk, 20-minute bus ride, 6-minute bike ride, 30-minute bus ride to the Highfield campus, 44-minute walk, 12-minute bike ride. Some of the things I've gone over that before, so I won't keep going over it. It's important to note that, in fact, agree with Councillor Shank, there were objections from the Housing Services team, and that was on parking grounds, and Natural England have also objected on a technical ground. That's about how we mitigate impact on the New Forest. We've been, the response to their objection in the report is the same response that we've used for a number of years now. We've not been challenged on that point. We haven't disregarded the impact on school pupils, we have assessed that impact. However, in terms of safeguarding, other legislation deals with those matters, and planning shouldn't be used to duplicate other legislation. When you have a look at the shadow diagrams again for the impact over the school, there is very little impact on the equinox. There's very little impact in terms of shadowing on that. And to my mind, again, there's no reason to think that just because there's a student block next to a school, that's going to significantly change the atmosphere around the school for those pupils. There are highly urbanised areas with schools in them elsewhere in the country, and schools still operate successfully.
May I ask, are we allowed to follow up with any questions?
No, we were. It was explained to you that you had your time and you couldn't join in the discussion after that. So please don't.
Okay, I'll try and wrap some more of these up then. Sorry, amenity, so dentist, NHS services, that's covered by separate funding streams. That's not managed through planning, although you can apply for some SIL funding to help those, so there is that opportunity. Other discussions around why aren't other sites being used for student accommodation, which might be more suitable in some people's views, like the development in and around the train station, in particular Nelson Gate. That is a student's, that has planning permission for a student development. But also each application must be judged on its own merits, that key thing that we always come back to in planning. Someone mentioned permanent shade. I think it was for the school. So again, I just really wanted to make sure that that's clear. Or sorry, no, I think it was Ridding Close. Reading Close will not be in permanent shade as a result of this development. The sun moves, it's in the late afternoon, early evening where there will be an impact. Southern Water haven't objected. Discussions about water supply, that's not for us to consider here. And again, I just wanted to reiterate the positives of this development, that we have to weigh in the planning balance, the housing supply, the economics, construction, the jobs and employment that will bring to local tradespeople, and post-construction, there will be an economic benefit to Shirley from having students there, which are a different demographic. The other thing to point out on the demographic point is we must plan for mixed and balanced communities, and that goes to the point about whether you should have students living next to an elderly group. Again, mixed and balanced communities. That's what we plan for. I think I've covered a range of things. Of course, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Wood first.
Okay. 6.43 onwards is looking at the daylight in the flats in Reading Close. It says 19 don't make the guidelines, however, these are located beneath projecting balconies. Well, we can't remove the balconies because a lot of those are walkways to get into the flats. So they do have, so half the windows do have more than 20% reduction in vertical skyline component. So, and also there is, as the objector said, it may only be evening, but if the evening is the time when you want to use your balcony, that is significant. So why do you think that's not significant?
Well, everything has to be weighed in the planning balance, and you can see that there are a number of different points here at play. I think the point is the balconies themselves already have a large impact. They are the largest impact on those rooms. Also, I think it's important to note that the rooms on the front of the building are bathrooms and kitchens. The rooms have, from my knowledge of going to visit one of the properties, they have windows on both sides of the rooms. So there's effectively a wall, it's got a window in it, or it's just a gap, and that leads through to the kitchen, the lounge area, the living room area. So there's light coming in from both directions into that room anyway. Into that, both because the light can come through from both directions. Direct light is obviously from the front, or sunlight is from the front. Yeah, I think the BRE guidance allows you to take a secondary test and remove like an offending feature of the existing building, and that's why that review was done, to see whether it's the significant impact, the biggest impact on light being received to those rooms to the windows in the front is from the existing balconies. That's the thing, is the biggest impact on light being received to those rooms is from the overhang of the balconies, not from this proposed building. This is a small increase.
Is that the end? There's silence. Okay. Next one's Councillor Shields.
I've got 5 questions, but I can't do them briefly if I can. The first, I think, is I just wanted to understand better the reasons why the previous application couldn't proceed because of viability. We often hear this, and it struck me that was a 6-story development. Is that right? That was, which was agreed, but couldn't proceed. And I just wanted to perhaps a little bit more on that. The second is, I'm really unclear about how we equate student demand for specialist accommodation. There are conflicting views I hear, and I want to know how convinced you are that the levels of demand for purpose-built student accommodation will justify this planning application on top of a number of others that have gone through recently and are in the process of doing so. The third point is that reference is made to transport links to the hospital, and I just wondered whether there will be any proposals to enhance those links so that there is a more direct and accessible route from the proposed development to the hospital. The fourth point is on community infrastructure levy, SIL as it was referred to. Is it like can I be clear what proportion of that community infrastructure levy might be available for community use to address some of the issues that they might want to have there? I mean, you mentioned £900,000, but I understand that a proportion of that can be made available for community use, which might be helpful. And the fifth one, this is probably the big concern for me, is road safety, both during the construction phase and after. The crossings, particularly at school pick-up and drop-off time, you've got a doctor's surgery, you've got the school, you've got people coming in and navigating their way in and up Sainsbury's car park. It can get a little bit congested. And if we've all got a large number of students moving off on a particular time to attend certain lectures, I think that could be a problem. And I didn't see much in this report about the potential road safety risks and any mitigation. So those are my 5 points. Thank you.
I may have to ask you to remind me what all of those points are. I'll go with the last one first. There's been no objection from the highways team, and critically, there is for outside of the school there is a road closure during the start and the end of the school day, which is managed by us, but on site by volunteers. So that's that. There is. I'll see if my highways colleague wants to give us assistance.
Regarding construction, well, the concerns regarding construction and traffic. I mean, the public highway can be used by construction traffic, just generally speaking. If they are, but there are also other acts within the Highways Act that if it's deemed that they are causing obstruction or undue safety, which includes lack of measures of safeguarding for pedestrians, which in this case would include nearby school children, there are powers from the Highway Act to act upon the developer. Saying that it is managed by a separate process, so I wouldn't put too much weight on the planning judgment, apart from the fact that we already are asking for a construction management plan as a condition, which will secure details of how they intend to construct the development.
You go, Sil. We have a SIL team who are involved with the allocation of resources. It's often done through councillors making a request for certain facilities to be inside their community. I'm not sure on the full details of
Could any of your colleagues indicate what proportion of that community infrastructure levy that was mentioned, £900,000, could be available for community use?
Yeah, it's all available for community use. It's entirely down to the administration how it spends its SIL. We collect about £2 million worth of SIL from all our developments in the city, and student development is no different. So all new floor space for student housing is contributing towards this pot. Typically, the legislation say that we could allocate 15% of SIL towards the ward in which development takes place, but that is not a must. So again, it's down to the council, its capital board, and it could decide to spend all of this in Shirley, or it could decide to put it into a bigger pot and spend it elsewhere. I should say that in terms of the NHS, so that's part of the community infrastructure levy infrastructure, and we have ongoing dialogue with the NHS as officers, recognising the importance of development supporting certainly GP practices, and they are in the process of lodging a bid for some of that SIL, and that's explained further in the report.
Your memory on the other ones. Student demand, how can we be sure that the levels of student demand that are being quoted will be sustained and therefore justify the need for this development?
Yeah, again, that's in the report on page 40. So our planning policy team are looking at the student numbers. They're preparing a new local plan, putting together evidence base. And at this time, we don't have our own evidence that we can publicly share, but we do have their commentary in relation to this planning application. And they've concluded that, in summary, the principle of using the site for student accommodation is acceptable, and there is a demonstrable need for the accommodation in line with policy H13. So that's the guidance that officers are giving you members. And if you were to decide that there isn't a need and we went to appeal, we would have to then go out and find counter evidence to our own policy team.
There are just two more. One was the viability of a 6-storey. Do you know, and to what extent can that be explained? And the last one was how we might enhance links from the site to the hospital for people that might be doctors, student nurses who might want to make use of it. So those are the two remaining questions, I think.
Yeah, the Section 106 agreement does include site-specific highways works to improve pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, but that's limited to in and around the development site. Section 106 needs to be linked to the site itself, site-specific. SIL infrastructure SIL money could be used for that wider network funding for any improvements. And then viability on the 5 to 6. It's difficult to pin down anything. Not had a discussion with the developers who gained that planning permission. Having spoken to the applicant for this particular proposal, viability has always been something which they've made very clear to us, that they do need this scale of development in order to make the funds work. So yeah, obviously this is quite a big difference from 5 to 6 up to 10, but that's what we're being told, and we have to judge the application as we see it. We can't say, we have to judge the application as it comes to us. So that's what we've done.
Thank you. I think we won't do lists of questions because I think that just means they get asked twice. So the next people who are asking, I mean, you can have a run of questions, but wait for the answer to the first before you ask the second. The next person on the list is Councillor Price.
Hiya. I had two questions that were brought up by the residents that I don't think were answered properly. Is there an impact, or do we know if there's an impact during construction on Crown Street? Will that be significantly sort of congested, or will it impact the driving of Arctics through that area? And similarly, is there any reason a construction vehicle that you can think of, and I get that this might be hard to answer, would go up Ridding Close, and whether it would impact Ridding Close in any way during construction? Sorry, that was two questions. Apologies.
Well, hopefully the construction management plan condition will iron the details out in terms of where the site setup will go, routing of construction traffic. Inevitably, every construction is going to have an impact, usually of harm or annoyance to the locals. There's no avoiding that, and it's just how we manage that level of sort of disturbance. Normally speaking, I mean, there's a lot of work that goes with a construction management plan in terms of types of vehicle, types of goods, whether they need a crane, for example. But the team works very closely. Obviously, they'll do a full-on study of the local streets, what areas they could potentially haul off if they do need to haul off the highway, which would require a separate license in a way. They can't just go and do it. So we would have full control over the highway itself. So I would trust my team, the council, to fully manage the situation where it wouldn't obstruct servicing or access to the car park, Sainsbury car park, or servicing of the nearby units, including ridding close to a point where it creates a highway safety concern.
And I'd just like to add that condition number 9 in the report, page 61, does list out points A to I. The top ones are the most important when it comes to managing construction. So parking of vehicles, loading and unloading of plant and materials, details of cranes, lighting, storage of plant and materials, treatment of all pedestrian services to make sure that they're not damaged, measures to suppress dust and dirt throughout construction, construction vehicle wheel cleaning, and mitigation to reduce noise. So we do as much as we can to manage the construction for the local highway and also local residents.
I think Councillor Wood had another question.
I've got quite a few, but I didn't want to do a whole run at the beginning, and that was felt a bit.
Yeah,
Right.
can we wait for the
Right,
answer
okay.
and then ask the next
Right.
one?
Okay, I'll do one. We have a supplement that says about how the permeability was for pedestrians. No, that's got dropped, but it also goes on about the lack of generosity in the public realm, and we also have so that I'm very concerned that we've got a very, very marginal strip. Also concerned that when you get to the student, their amenity space, if you look at the shading, one, it's on a raised, it's not into the ground, it's a roof garden. So I'm not quite sure how anything of any scale will grow there. But also, it's all in shade, half in shade by 11 a.m. and half in shade at noon. Again, it comes back to, it's a bit like the Ridding Close Gardens. You need to have light there where you it's a time where you actually want to sit out there. Students are in there through the winter. There's not going to be that much daylight. I can't see that's a great amenity space for them, and I can't see that's a great public realm landscaping either. So,
Sure,
it's
so-
like it does seem a very, very low area for that number of people.
Well, the public realm element, the building does step off the building, the junction, the key junction of Crown Street and Victor Street. So that does provide some relief on the street and give some opportunity for landscaping. The comments that were made from the design advisory panel, which I believe is what you're referring to, the urban design manager was of the opinion that those comments specifically relate to the section at the back in terms of the amount of space around the building. So hasn't objected to the public realm. That was the public realm element to the discussion. So that there is, there has been a change from those comments and an increase to the public realm. That's the key point there. In terms of amenity space, the garden proposed, which would sit on the podium, that will receive 50% of that garden will receive 2 hours of direct sunlight during the survey period. And so then therefore it does comply with BRE guidance. Appreciate that may not sound like a lot, 50% of the garden receiving 2 hours of direct sunlight, but that's the bar which development needs to hit. And ultimately this is a highly dense development, a dense development within a high density area. Again, the reason that it's high density is because we're in Shirley town centre, very similar to the city centre. Priorities in terms of density are always going to be highest densities in the city centre, second highest within the town centre, and that's why the development is not dissimilar to some developments that we've granted in the city centre in terms of overall footprint, amount of shading to any garden areas, and amount of relief off the pavement. That's a critical thing here. We're in the town centre where we can accept those higher densities, higher footprints, and taller buildings.
Did you say you had another question? Councillor Lambert.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about the actual construction of the building, because we're always told that buildings can be converted if there's a need for housing, there's no student housing. So I'm just asking you a little bit about construction, partly because there's a huge student block going up near me, which is basically being craned in as containers and is not going to be convertible. I can't see how it would be anyway. So I wondered if you could just talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so this isn't a systems build. It's not proposed to crane units in and put them on top of each other. It's more bespoke than that. It's going to have a brick skin on the outside, full bricks, and the drawing which my colleagues just put up shows you that it can be converted to open market housing and achieve those minimum room sizes or minimum unit sizes to comply with the nationally described space standards. So we're satisfied that it can be converted if it would need to in the future.
Any more questions? Shall we move to statements then? Who would like to make a statement? Councillor Price.
Yeah, I will try to keep it brief. I think that's a reasonable amount to go over. I agree the transport isn't ideal here, particularly to Highfield campus. The transport is less than ideal, but to the hospital and to Solent University, it is great. It is really, really good. We have a housing crisis. I think I've made it clear personally, both in this room and in the press otherwise, that I would prefer sites like this be used for council housing or affordable housing at the very least. But we do have to vote on this based on the evaluation of this project rather than what it could have been instead. And we tried to get houses here. We approved a scheme that would have put houses on this property and it never got built. So the option here, as far as I see it, is we approve these student blocks and get people living here, or we don't approve this block and we don't have anyone live here and we have a site that's being unused. These are going to be expensive blocks. I am a student. I know full well how expensive purpose-built student accommodation is to live in. What that tells me is that the kind of students who are going to live there are going to have the disposable income to contribute to the community and to Shirley High Street, which we all know is struggling in a pretty big way. And the possibility that this could, obviously, the aim we saw in this document is that we could, we try and aim for 1.5 is it purpose-built student accommodation per whatever it is, the ratio of purpose-built student accommodation to student accommodation that isn't purpose-built. This puts us really close to that target, which I think is a great thing. It will hopefully free up some of those residential properties. And also, importantly, or at least I regularly hear that student block and student plans in already student dense areas of the city are objectionable. And so if we don't start approving student blocks in areas that don't already have students in them, then we're not going to build any student accommodation. And so I think in aim of keeping students in the city once they graduate, that has to involve involving them in the community and getting them to integrate into the community. And that means putting them into communities rather than having dedicated student areas. So I think, although it's a difficult development, I think I'm leaning towards approving. I think, yeah, thank you.
Another statement? All right, well, do Councillor Wood and then Councillor Shields.
I'm in favour of the student housing, but I think this has too big an impact on the local residents in terms of lighting and pressure on parking, which I have experienced around there. I have had a child go to Scouts in Reading Close and struggle to park at 7 at night, so I'm not convinced in that. But it's the impact of the lighting, I think, is the one that is the overshadowing, the overbearingness. It is a dense area, but when places like Shirley Towers were built, they were built with a green area around them, which mitigated some of that and gave something back to the community, that there is that open green space for their residents around their homes. This doesn't have this. It is, in my view, a complete development of the site. There's very little amenity space for residents in the block of flats, and it's at a detriment of the residents in the existing area.
First of all, I just want to say that I thought the representation from the Shirley councillor on behalf of that ward was very good, made some excellent points. I accept that with the pressures at the moment, we need more housing to be built, and town centres like Shirley, we need to build higher density housing. I think the question is how and where. I mean, not so long ago we had proposals for a redevelopment of the old Wilko site, which was very dense, but it didn't actually come to fruition. And I do think that one of the frustrations we've got, that there doesn't seem to be a visible overarching master plan for how we look to Shirley to the future. I don't think the current way is going to survive. We do need to have more development there. I'm also open-minded about purpose-built student accommodation and if they're in the right place. But I need to be persuaded that they are being located in the right place and they are meeting needs that are able to be met. So I've got a fairly open mind, but I am inclined to think that the scale of this development, compared to the one that was sadly not viable, is a little bit too intense for the benefit of that community. I'm quite happy to be persuaded otherwise when I listen to the rest of my colleagues' views on that. But at the moment, I feel that there is some very strong arguments for this development, and I particularly like there were some good points in the case, the Briam and all the rest. But at the moment, I just feel that it's erring on the rather too large to be able to be safely accommodated in this community at this time.
Councillor Lambert.
Yeah, I mean, this is a site that needs regeneration. It's been empty for some time, and we do need housing in the area. I am concerned about the impact on local residents, and again, I found submissions by residents and the local councillor very strong. I'm also concerned that it's another speculative development, but that's not an issue for this committee. I do feel that it is overdevelopment. I think the 6-storey block was a much more appropriate development. And again, I refer to the impact on local residents on shading, because I think that is a again, you as a planning report, you've given mind to the needs of students and shading on their amenity space, but I'd say the balance for residents tilts it away from having such a large development. I'm also concerned about parking because this development is aimed at medical students. Medical students do much longer courses. They have a need to travel and go to placements, and they are much more likely to have cars, in my view, than some other students in the area. So I would say that the planning balance on this particular occasion tilts away from having such a large mass. And if it was a slightly smaller development, which it was before, then I would support it. Thank you.
Oh, yes, councillor Pietrovich.
Yeah, I've listened to all the arguments and I have to say, I think it is a positive site to use, a brownfield site for this kind of development. We do need to address the housing crisis and we need to consider that if we were to fuse this, there's a cost implication, not only to the local people, but to the council itself. So I would be in support of it.
Thank you. I think that's everybody. So I think before we do anything like voting, I think I need to do my regular reminder that we are not meeting our housing targets. We don't have a 5-year housing land supply. These things are taken into account when we turn down an application and the applicant goes to appeal. We have to be pretty sure that we have a very good reason, and we have done that before effectively. But a lot of the issues brought up about this were not planning considerations, and the ones that were, I think we've met this application meets the rules really, even if we're not happy about how those rules are laid out. If all the housing and student housing applications that we pass on this panel were to actually be built, I think we would have met our housing targets long ago. Sadly, they don't get built, and we have to, and we are in the position where we are obliged really to keep granting planning permission until somebody builds these things. If the student numbers fall, apparently, you know, most of the surveys that we've been directed to show that they haven't fallen yet. We are making sure that these new developments can be converted. I think the Bargate development that Councillor Lambert was referring to was actually quite an old, I remember giving planning permission for that. I think it probably expired and came back again because it seems to be a bit bigger, so maybe the officers gave permission, but that was before we realised that, you know, if we were going to build a lot of student blocks and there were no students, it might lead to a lot of demolitions, and so we asked the question about conversion. So I'm sort of satisfied that this one could turn into housing. But the fact is, I don't think any of the concerns that we have are enough really for us to justify turning it down. we are short of housing. If we don't provide enough student housing, they will move into the other housing. And so therefore my view is that despite the drawbacks of this scheme, and I'm really not happy about the, you know, that we don't know that all the medical students and nurse students will want to move there. There might be other students, and there isn't a direct bus to the Highfield campus. But despite that, there's not, it's not really a reason for turning it down. And I think we could be criticised for that if we did. So I'll be supporting it myself. I get the impression, summing up as chair, that we are a bit of a divided panel, so we'll just have to see. Before we move to the vote, I think there was some, were the changes to conditions because some of the conditions are being dealt with under section 106? Was that the main change?
No, I think it was one of the conditions has been a change because it becomes a performance condition because actually there was enough information to deal with that. And then the other one was a student accommodation limitation. We want to put that one on too, so that's a new condition.
Oh yes, yes. So that it can't be used for anything other than students unless they come back for planning permission. Yeah, I remember that. So with those changes, the first thing we have to do is confirm the habitat regulations assessment because it's more housing. So if Mr. Harrison could do the usual explanation, thank you.
Yep, thank you, Chair. So there were two principal votes that are needed. The first one doesn't affect how you vote on the planning merits. It's recommendation 1 on page 28, and it refers to the appendix, which is a habitats regs assessment on page 71. So it's quite a technical document. In summary, it is saying that we recognise that housing has an impact on special protection areas, which are some of the best habitat in Europe, and that is the New Forest and Solent Waters. And the Habitats Regs assessment explains how we mitigate those impacts through contributions towards things like the Solent Bird Aware project and through contributions to the New Forest Council via SIL. So there's no reason not to go along with recommendation 1, and it has no bearing on what you do for the principal planning merits, and you're free to determine the planning application once you've made your first vote.
Thank you. I try and get it explained at least at the first item that we have it for, because members of the public sometimes wonder why we're voting on habitat regulations. So the first vote will be all those in favour of the habitat regulation assessment. And that is passed. And now we move to the application, to the recommendation to delegate to the Director of Transport and Planning to grant planning permission subject to the planning conditions recommended at the end of this report and the completion of a section 106 legal agreement, which then explains what it's to secure. So all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? No, I got 3 in favour. Yes, so that is just passed, yes. Okay, so that is passed. Thank you to everyone who took part in this. It's been a long, grueling item, and I know we're overrunning because of the IT problems at the beginning of the meeting, which I apologise for. But I think we ought to take a 10-minute break so that people can go to the loo and get a drink and come back at what should we say? Sort of not. I'm sort of in the middle of time on. Yeah, we can come back at 7:57. Is that really that late? Yes, 7:57, yes. Or thereabouts. Yes. Thank you very much, everybody. We now move to the next item, and the case officer is Anna Coombs.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so my item is at 159 West End Road. It's a detached dwelling on the busy West End Road, the section where there is a Tesco petrol filling station just 2 doors down. There's a couple of small shops, a cafe and a laundrette here, and the Morrison's local is just further down this here, with the Mousehole Lane roundabout just off screen there. As I say, the property is detached. There is a small driveway, a driveway at the front of the property, and the proposal is to expand that driveway to provide additional parking to the front. It's screened from the road by the existing hedges there. There's a large rear garden with existing timber fences to neighbouring property number 157 on this side, and an existing tall hedge to number 161 neighbouring on this side, and outbuildings to the rear. The hedge to number 161 is to be secured as retained by condition to provide the privacy for that neighbour. To the side of the property, there is an existing side-facing window at first floor, and this is going to be providing a bedroom. Previously, when it was last on the market in January, it provided a small communal kitchen. So it will now change use to a bedroom. On the neighbouring property, there is a small window on lighting a stairwell landing to the opposite side. So there's no external changes to the building proposed. There's some minor internal changes into the layout. The ensuite bathrooms have been added during refurbishments, but that didn't require planning permission. A staff bedroom is to be provided here at first floor, and then 3 other residence bedrooms, and then at ground floor. Zoom in a little here, sorry. There we go. So then at ground floor, you have a living room, kitchen. These are both communal spaces, and a 4th bedroom for a resident, and the 5th resident bedroom here at the back. Then a communal bathroom and utility room here, and that's leading out to the garden at the rear. Okay, sorry. So then for the site plan, there's staff cycle parking provided in the garden, and 4 parking spaces on this enlarged parking space to the front, with 3 staff parking spaces and 1 reserved for guests when there are visitors to the property. So the proposal is to provide a C2 planning use care home with 5 residents that require one-to-one care. There would be a maximum of 7 staff at any one time. They're operating on a shift basis between 8 AM and 11 PM, and then there'd be 1 overnight staff member. So there would be an on-site manager during daytime and an on-call manager during nighttime available. Both professional and social visitors will be restricted to 2 appointments per day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, to try and limit the impact on neighbouring residents. Garden time is limited for residents between the hours of 9 till 5, and there'll be no smoking anywhere on site, again to try and limit that impact on the neighbouring residents through noise and disturbance in outside spaces. The property is on West End Road, which does have good public transport routes into the city centre, with a bus stop right outside. Obviously, we're aware that there are late shift changes which will impact the ability to use public transport, but there are conditions recommended to secure a travel plan to promote sustainable travel for both staff and visitors and to secure the operation of the premises in accordance with the management plan and the supplementary information that were provided during the application, and for a condition to retain the front and side boundary hedges to the front to screen the parking area and to the side to provide privacy for neighbouring residents. There have been 2 neighbour objections to this application. Primary concerns are the increased parking demand and noise and disturbance for neighbours, and that these have been addressed in the report. And it was brought to panel, referred to panel by Councillor Bailey for the reasons that were brought up by the neighbour objections. There's no updates to my report or conditions. They are as they are in front of you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have one objector listed, Jill Horrobin. You want to come forward? And you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to present my views regarding this application. I speak from a very well-informed position with respect to this application, having just retired from a 45-year career working with vulnerable people. Last 15 of those 45 years leading service improvements across the country and leading and managing applications to register regulated provision. So I come from a position where I really know what I'm talking about, and my primary concern is around the nature and the quality of and content of what's been put in the application. You'll already have seen from the portal that mistakes have been made right from the word go. Incorrect application forms were submitted, a clear indication that they've been copied and pasted from somewhere else. I will refer back to that later. But I want to make it absolutely clear that my objection is not in providing accommodation for vulnerable adults. In fact, I bought my property in 1996. Vulnerable adults were already living there, and I've lived in very contentedly alongside them, brought my children up who have befriended them. So this is not about any sort of NIMBYism whatsoever. My objection is as to whether this particular property in this particular location is suitable for the proposed 24-hour C2 use, and whether the application has properly assessed its impacts. And I firmly and professionally believe that it doesn't. So on that basis, and I apologise for reading from my paper, I'm aware I've only got 5 minutes, so I am reading rather than giving you eye contact, so I do apologise for that. I have 4 principal concerns which I will summarise, and then I'll reflect back on those and provide you a bit of flesh on the bones as to some of the evidence and examples as to why I have these concerns in relation to the application. So firstly, this proposal significantly understates the intensity of the use. The applicant compares the proposal to a normal family home. However, the application itself describes a 24-hour staffed care facility with 5 residents, waking and sleeping staff, a registered manager, and a total workforce of 20 employees, which is in itself a contradiction to the latter submission, within which it states 6 to 7 staff are on duty at any one time, which will result in far more than 20 staff. I would say at least 30, if not more, if you take into consideration the working time directive and the rights of staff to breaks and rest, etc. It's clearly a very different pattern of activity from an ordinary dwelling. And I ask the panel to consider whether the application has realistically assessed the operational impacts that such a use will generate. Secondly, parking and highway impacts have not been properly evidenced, despite the additional evidence submitted. The applicant suggests that staff will be encouraged to use public transport or car share. In reality, and I know this firsthand, it is very, very difficult to recruit care staff across all vulnerable client services, and they will often travel and come in from areas way beyond where the facility exists. So a reliance on public transport to West End Road, which only provides services to the city and the immediate vicinity, is totally unrealistic and naive. Staff finishing at 11 o'clock will not be able to rely on public transport. And as the applicant has said, you could have 7 staff on duty who are then needing to get home and rest, and they won't be able to without the use of a car. And he has 3 spaces allocated for potentially what could be up to 16 staff using that facility in a day if you count a deputy and a counter manager. You've got professionals visiting, you've got families visiting, and they will come from far and wide. I suspect the plan will be to bring in highly complex needs service user from out of county, and you will have visitors and professionals that will be coming in from all over the vicinity, wider and local areas, and they will be reliant on cars. You will also have visitors who will, quite rightly so, want to come announce, CQC being one of them, and monthly visits from commissioners and adult services, hopefully to assess the quality of care for those service users. And good practice encompasses them coming unannounced at times to see what the quality of care is like. The third issue is the application contains inconsistencies that deserve close scrutiny. The proposal is described in different places. Is that 5 minutes?
Sorry, yes, that is 5 minutes, but you've got a lot of information
I
across.
didn't get anywhere near as much as I wanted, I'm afraid, but never mind.
Okay, thank you very much. You can sit down again. Can you just turn the microphone off while you're there? Thank you very much. Right, so the next speaker that we have down to speak is Jithin Roy. Oh, it didn't say it was virtual. Okay. Jithin Roy, you have 5 minutes as well.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jithin, and I'm the operations manager for Sanborn Care. I really thank you for the opportunity for letting me speak. I understand the concerns with regarding the parking and also the number of staffing concerns that had been raised. We and Sanborn Care as an organization has 26 years of experience in providing high quality care and support. We have operations in multiple locations in Southampton, Havant, and Bournemouth, where we have been able to build a very positive and relation with both our neighbors and also with our the community. This home, I would just like to make a small correction. The home we intend to provide is for residents who are quite independent. We are not aiming to look for clients who would have a bit more complex needs. So we're looking ideally for clients who are quite independent, so that the staffing arrangements and also the level of support also would be reduced compared to a location where we would have high complex need clients. So they would be we are expecting for 5 residents, and during the day there would be around 2 to 3 staff members, with including the manager, and we would also during the night time there would be waking night staff and a sleep-in staff for emergencies, and also as available, or the on-call manager would also be available. The staffing will always will reflect according to the needs of the clients, and as I have mentioned, it is mostly we are ideally looking for clients who are quite independent with themselves and who require lower support needs. Based on our experience in our current locations, we have a very good work relation with our neighbors. Whenever any concerns, we address them very promptly, and we are committed to maintaining positive relations with the with with the neighbors, and also we aim to integrate our residents into the community as well, and in ensuring that they maintain a positive lifestyle and they can integrate well into the communities as well. I would also, on another point, I would like to bring your attention to the growing demand for supported living services, and where we should be able to provide opportunities for clients to better integrate into our communities and help them have a more independent and a fulfilling life as well. So with regards, I hope the committee would consider both the needs for the service and consider our experience and in managing the residents and the other locations that we have been working. And to take a positive decision in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you turn your microphone off, and that will you no longer take part in the meeting. There's no ward councillor present, so I'll go back to Ms. Coombs for a response.
Thank you, Chair. Just share this again, just for ease. I thank Mrs. Horrobin for her comments. I think a lot of the comments have been made in the application and are addressed in the report. I would just pick out from there in terms of the visitors and unannounced assessments. The unannounced assessments are not a regular occurrence, although we understand that obviously, yes, that will be an impact. That is not a frequent activity. There are concerns about the level of complex needs of the residents. Obviously, Ms. Horrobin is concerned about the complexity of needs, and Mr. Ray has confirmed that the clients that they're aiming to provide support for are a lower level of needs, but the application in front of us is for a C2 care home, which it doesn't specify the care needs of the residents. It is the land use that goes with the property, not with the individual care plans of the residents. But what we are suggesting is that the management plan that suggests a maximum of 7 staff on site at any one time, and the shift pattern that is recommended, that is conditioned so that we have control over the use in that way. But we can't control the actual level of complexity of the needs of the clients that are hosted on site. I think all the other points that have been raised have already been raised in the application and are addressed in the report. So I have no further points to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to questions, there's just, can I just clarify, you've got the management plan and we're talking about, concerns that there will be more complex needs or there will be more staff or more visits and so on. Does the management plan, is that a planning condition? So it'll be secured by condition that there won't be more residents, won't be more staff, won't be more activity. Is that something as a planning panel we can support based on condition? If you could just explain that a bit further.
Yes, of course. So there is a condition to secure operation of the care home in line with the supplied management plan. So there were two documents, the management plan that was originally submitted with the application and a supplementary information document that was received more recently in response to comments that the objections that were raised and concerns raised by residents. So in those management plans, it does detail that the in fact it's to the end of the report. It details the maximum of 7 staff on site. The original management plan confirms that there's only 5 residents, and again we have another condition to secure that there's no more than 5 residents receiving care, and another condition to make sure that the communal spaces are retained as they are and can't be converted into more bedrooms in future. So we have control over the number of residents receiving care. We have control over the retention of the communal spaces, and in the management plan we have control over the number of staff and the way that the visitors are managed, with only 2 appointments per day. So there is quite a level of control available in these conditions for the panel.
Thank you. I'll move to questions. Councillor Shields.
The applicant who spoke just now in favour mentioned that they manage other similar schemes elsewhere in the city. Do we have any information about those and how well they operate?
I don't have any information about the other premises they operate, I'm afraid.
Any other questions? I believe that is not a planning consideration, is it? Or is it? How people operate their other businesses, or how they, or if it's a chain, is it a planning consideration?
Insofar as we have a management plan that we can condition in terms of how the property is managed, and that gives us a mechanism that we can enforce proper management of the property. But otherwise, the way a particular operator operates other sites isn't a material planning consideration, because this is a planning use of the land itself. Operators can change, and if another operator took over, the planning permission would still stand.
Councillor Price.
My question was about transport to and from, obviously, the site as a place of work. When you're doing these assessments on whether it's feasible to get to a property, what do you consider a reasonable walk to a bus or to a public transport before it becomes unreasonable? Because I'm aware the 14 runs to this property until 11:30, the 20 until 25 past midnight, and the only other bus after that point is the 18 and the night 18, which is a 15-minute walk before you even get to the bus stop. So I'm just wondering what's generally considered reasonable.
I think I'll hand over to my colleague here, the Highways Officer.
This is working on from memory, so please take this as a caveat. But WSP did do a study on walkable distances. It's not, I must stress, it's not an adopted policy. This is a guidance document. And from memory, for work purposes, the distance is 1.7 kilometres, which I believe will be over 15 minutes walk. I don't know whether that answers the question or not.
Does that also include night shift workers?
They don't differentiate whether they work daytime or nighttime.
Any other questions? Any statements? Councillor Shields.
I thought the objector made some quite insightful points, and then it's a shame we couldn't hear some of the other points. She clearly knows what she's talking about. When I did a quick check on the company that's the applicant there, they were listed as specialising in HMOs. I couldn't find any details of any other similar properties or services they'd run in Southampton, or they did give an address in Richmond Road, which actually is in my ward, which I wasn't familiar with. So there's a few alarm bells there, but I think the parking one is the one that really gets me. I've had experience of this when previously when I was in the earlier Fremantle ward, we had a care establishment in Roberts Road, I think, or Alexandra Road, and they came in there in all good faith, and it was all through this, but within a matter of months, they were demanding additional parking to accommodate the needs of their staff, and I fear that for some of the reasons that have been explained, I think it'll be difficult to meet the needs of all the people on the parking with the 4 spaces they're proposing, and a much worse access to public transport. So there's kind of doubts in there for me, which means at best I could abstain again, but I don't think I can support this.
That was a statement. Are we finished with questions now? It's statement. Okay. Any other statement? Yeah. All right. I'm assuming that as well as the planning conditions and the management plan that we're requiring, that gives us some control. If they are to operate as this sort of business, they will be overseen by, adult social care or by a national body. So no, you don't need to answer. I think that's probably, so assuming that, I think that possibly it's not for planning to, there aren't really planning rules that allow us to doubt the ability of a business to run effectively without the number of staff that they say they're employing or the number of parking spaces necessarily. We have to sort of stick to the planning. They could actually get the planning permission and sell to somebody else with planning permission in existence, and that somebody else might run it differently or something. But what we have to do is look at what we've got in front of us in planning terms. And I think that if people are concerned about the way this business might run it, we are not the people to help them out with that. I think it's possibly the authorities that look after such things. So I understand Councillor Shields' concerns. I remember, I thought it was Howard Road, but anyway, it was one of those roads. But I think that in planning terms, I don't think there's anything in this application that would make us reasonably turn it down. And so my plan is to vote in favour. We have to move to the vote. We haven't changed any of the conditions. First of all, we have to confirm the habitat regulations assessment, which we had explained to us at the last item. So I'll ask all those in favour of habitat regulations. That's passed. The recommendation is to conditionally approve. All those in favour. All those against? That's passed. Thank you to everyone who took part. And we have one final item to deal with. Now, while the officers are changing over, I see that we have some last minute registration of speakers. We have 4 speakers for a 5-minute slot. I wonder if the speakers have worked out how to share 5 minutes between them. They have. That's brilliant. Thank you. So that'll come later, but while Mr. Taylor is setting up his computer, I thought I'd just double check. Okay, I see the items up on the screen. So go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Mark Taylor. I'm the planning officer for this application. I see there's some new faces to the panel. Welcome. This application seeks to extend the opening hours of 10 to 16 London Road. You may know it better as the Giddy Bridge. It's in close proximity to this building we're in now. It seeks to extend the opening hours on Friday and Saturday and New Year's Eve from 7 o'clock to 1:30. It used to have a closing time of midnight. I'll touch that on a moment. The application only seeks a temporary period of 12 months. That temporary period is, well, I'll come to it later in this presentation. This site is located at the southern end of London Road. The park that's next to the Civic Centre we're in now is down here to the bottom left-hand corner. The site is located within an area designated as an evening zone on the City Centre Action Plan. As such, for a late night use, policy AP8 would normally apply, and that would seek to restrict the opening hours till midnight. There have been, if you look through the planning history of the site, there have been several applications in the past to extend the opening hours, but these have been resisted and refused. However, economic times have changed. There's a lot of pressure on the nighttime economy at the moment, and public houses have been a particular concern, with many closing their doors. In fact, Belgian Blues, just around the corner, has recently closed. The application would normally be restricted by AP8. However, we have had similar applications recently. Members may recall an application last panel further north for extended hours. And we've also had an appeal at 37 Oxford Street. That appeal was for a temporary grant of consent for extended hours. And the inspector found that the policy, planning policy guidance, was to use temporary consents to identify any harm over that 12-month or over that temporary period. And if no harm is identified, they can then reapply for it on a permanent basis. So by approving this planning application, you are not giving a permanent extension of the hours, just a 1-year period for any harm to be identified and reviewed after that year. This is the site located on the side of London Road. What I wanted to bring to your attention is the roof terrace. There's no proposed change to the hours of operation of the use of the roof terrace. That has a condition to be closed at 10 o'clock at night, and that condition is carried over into the report in front of you. There are a couple of amendments or updates to the application I'd like to make you aware of. There's a tidying up of condition 1 for the temporary permission. It doesn't change the terms of the condition, it just removes a lot of unnecessary wording. And we are also proposing an additional condition, and that's for the glass waste disposal. The waste storage is over in this sort of northern part of the site, as you see there. Particularly glass waste can make an awful noise at night when it's being thrown away. As such, we're proposing to restrict the hours of that disposal. It is mentioned in the management plan that accompanies the application that is secured by condition. However, it didn't say, whilst it says there should be no glass thrown away after 9 o'clock. It doesn't say what time in the morning they'll start throwing glass away. So we're just imposing a condition that restricts it from 9 o'clock at night till 8 o'clock in the morning, only glass to be disposed of inside the building to limit the noise. The application is recommended for approval as set out in your panel report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so we have, I may not be able to read all the names. So I think I can read the first names. Would you mind if I just said Chris, Sonia, Marius and Holly? Are the four? All right. So anyway, so you four are together. So yes, you're going to share your 5 minutes. So come forward to the microphones. Sorry, yes, so you four are all objecting. 3 of you are speaking. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good evening to members of council. I want to start presenting key arguments against extending operating hours. Number 1, existing severe noise nuisance. The venue already fails to control high impact noise during standard hours. Staff consistently handle heavy metal kegs carelessly, creating loud clanging and crashing sounds that pierce through standard closed residential windows. And second point, encroachment into night hours. The proposed extension until midnight on weekdays and 1:30 a.m. on Fridays pushes heavy operational activity directly into the statutory night hours. That's 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., which will severely worsen local residents' sleep deprivation. And there's proven track record of disruption, which I have submitted through the Noise app. There's late night disturbance. There's high impact metal noise already past midnights, and also early morning disturbance. That's before the 7 a.m. It starts as early as 6:15 in the morning. And so there's failure to uphold licensing objectives. So the establishment is currently in breach of prevention of public nuisance objective. And so this is incompatible with a residential area because this venue sits directly behind of residential homes. Extending drinking and operational hours will inevitably lead to increased antisocial behavior and dispersal of noise. So I'm against this, and I reject the application. Please, I strongly object this application.
So we live on the first floor in Brunswick Place, just behind the pub. And very often we hear louder noises that are very audible through the house and staff chatting loudly. There is a reverberating sound from metal kegs hitting the ground. When residents complain, the staff ignore us and try to make us feel like the problem is us. These noises wake us up at night, and reporting this to environmental health has not yielded any results. And extending the working hours will only impact us further. And other neighbors have similar complaints. We therefore strongly object to this proposal to extend working hours and ask that our nighttime peace is respected. We don't have anything against the business itself, and we understand its value to the community. And we only ask for the same respect back and for our complaints to be addressed.
Yes, as part of Team Parkhouse, where we live, right behind the storage facility, I would say, of Giddy Bridge, where it's clear that they are playing keg rugby outside of nighttime hours and within nighttime hours as well. and that there's a clear violation of the Noise Act of 1996. And on 2 points of order here could be that the council can issue warning notices. So under correction, I'm not sure, I can't confirm or deny that Giddy Bridge has received warning notices, but that these could have a fixed penalty if ignored of £500 to £1,000 fine. And adding to that, and a second point outside of warning notice is statutory nuisance can take place at any time of the day. So inside and outside of business hours. So regardless of them extending temporarily for a year, it makes no difference. It's a violation of quiet hours in any spectrum. And so an abatement notice, if the council's environmental health team agrees that a statutory, nuisance exists, they should actually issue a notice for abatement, ordering the business to stop. Otherwise, there could be heavy penalties as a result, and heavier penalties or fines. So yes, on the legal basis of it, they're crossing lines that they shouldn't, and we all object. I object.
Very well timed. You can take your seats now. That's your contribution ended. So we now move on to the supporter, who I believe is Nigel Connor from JD Wetherspoon. You also have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. Good evening to everybody, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the committee this evening. I'll make the following points in favour, not in any particular order. I'd obviously draw the committee's attention to the recommendation from your officer for approval with conditions. The grant is a temporary grant, which will hopefully offer some comfort to the committee and to our neighbours. That allows any issues to be addressed and any problems monitored. Clearly, if we do wish to extend the application, we will need to ensure that the premises operates in accordance with the management plan, which is also part of your agenda pack and will be a condition should you grant the application. It's a well-established use at the premises, Chair. It's been operating since 1998 as a JD Wetherspoon public house. Well-established management procedures and processes as set out in the planning and management statement accompanying the application, covering the relevant areas of operation to protect, mitigate any issues with local amenity, to promote community safety and minimise crime. There's no use to the change of the external area, as the officer has confirmed. There are no objections significantly from the police or the EHO. The police comment that the premises are well run and would ask that you give appropriate weight to that point, as your officer has done in paragraph 6.35. Here, loud and clear, the concerns of the residents. Those issues weren't known to me. I have sought to address them with the pub. And they have been addressed, as you'll know, from the committee papers, Chair, with the EHO as well, who has confirmed that issue was addressed quickly and efficiently. And I will speak to the residents after this hearing to get more information as to that problem. It's clearly something that needs to be mitigated. If the application is granted, the hours won't be incongruous with hours of use of other premises in the immediate area. There are premises with historic uses operating outside policy and operate later into the night. I would echo the consultation response in favour of the application, which says that supporting well-run local businesses contributes positively to the wider local economy. Thriving venues help keep the high street active, sustain employment, attract visitors and support the vitality of the area. In conclusion, I would agree with the officer view in paragraph 6.46 of the report that allowing a one-year temporary permission would be a balanced and pragmatic decision to support the city's nighttime economy, whilst being cognisant of the residential amenity of the local and wider neighbourhood. So I'd ask you to grant the application as recommended committee, subject to the conditions which have been proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we don't have a ward councillor making representations, so we go back to Mr. Taylor to respond.
Thank you, Chair. A few points to pick up on. With regard to the existing noise, particularly the kegs, I have discussed this application with Environmental Health and they have provided written comments, and these words are exactly as they were written to me as part of the application, that they have a recent complaint about kegs, and following a conversation with management, the situation was quickly resolved and efficiently. And Environment and Health raised no objection to the proposal. It is a city centre location, a city centre pub, an established public house. In terms of going back to the antisocial behaviour that was mentioned, there may be antisocial behaviour in the area. It's very difficult to point it to the public house. It could be from other establishments. It could be completely unrelated to drinking establishments. However, the trial may indicate that it is with the extended hours coming from the public house. This is the purpose of having the year's trial. In terms of the nighttime hours, the objectors mentioned the extending the week hours. That was correct at the beginning of the application. They were proposing to extend past midnight during the week. However, we have negotiated that out, and the weekday hours, Sunday through to Thursday, remain the same. They are only extending the hours on Friday and Saturday nights by an hour and a half on both nights. And in terms of if they are breaching their conditions, then that is something that the objectors or neighbouring residents can bring to our planning enforcement team's attention, and we can enforce against breach conditions. We can't enforce them when we don't know about them. It is complicated. For the noise issues, that would be for environmental health. For breaching licensing conditions, they would have to contact licensing, and for breach of planning conditions, they would need to speak to planning enforcement. I understand it's complicated, but if they complain to one of those, they would, if it wasn't for them, it would probably be referred to the other department. Thank you, Chair.
I have to ask, before I offer my colleagues the chance to ask questions. I know from a councillor colleague that in the last year, there have been at least 3 complaints about noise from residents that he was dealing with. I'm not sure why Environmental Health say there's only been 1. I'm just a bit concerned that some of the complaints are not being dealt with, and I know that's not something that you as a planner can, step in and deal with, but I'm just very concerned that the complaints do seem to be slipping through the net, and I'm just wondering whether it's safe for us to, it's very easy to say, oh yes, you complain to Environmental Health. I'm just wondering if there's anything we can do in terms of additional conditions that could make it easier to for members to grant this, because it just seems odd to me that they say there's only been 1 and it's been resolved, because I do remember talking to a colleague who was sort of running around constantly trying to deal with the constant complaints about noise, and it wasn't from patrons leaving, it was from staff. And it occurs, my question really is it the space at the back that sort of backs onto the residential that is the area where the noise is emanating from, with glass and kegs? And is there anything we can do by condition to help this?
Thank you, Chair. With regard to the number of complaints received by Environmental Health, I don't have that information, but the wording of the Environmental Health Officer's response is exactly how he phrased it. And he doesn't say we've had 1 complaint on this side. He said we've had a recent complaint. So there may have been others previously. In terms of additional conditions, we have proposed an additional condition regarding the management of the glass at the rear. We could consider having management of any noise emitting materials. I'm doing this off the hoof. But
I think it's the heavy metal kegs that we're talking about, isn't it?
Kegs are not to be moved outside of those hours as well, externally. Is that correct? All right. My colleague just reminded me we don't know how that would affect the running of the business. It's something we could consider. As already stated, environmental have already been out to the premises and organised a better management of that proposal. It would be to see whether that is upheld by the premises. We have a supporter here that is willing to speak with the objectors and go back to the public house because it is in their interest to minimise any noise and disturbance where possible to the occupiers of the neighbouring property.
Thank you. I know you've answered that question to the best of your ability. It's a shame there's nobody from environmental health here to answer the question. I mean, I'm not expecting it. They don't come to planning. Councillor Price.
So is it not then possible to impose that condition, but only after the hours that have been listed? So obviously there's an hour and a half increase. If the condition only applied to that hour and a half and beyond to the morning until their opening time in the morning, that would functionally mean that if there's a business impact to having done it, they would get the choice of opening or not during those hours. Is that something we can do?
Sorry, Chair, I didn't understand the question. I got lost drawing that. Would you mind rephrasing it?
So the proposal is to extend the opening hours by an hour and a half on Friday and Saturday night. And the proposal by the chair, or sorry, by yourselves, was to initially was to limit the movement of heavy kegs after a specific hour because they're loud. The objection to that was we don't know how it would impact the business. If we impose that condition only on the new opening hours, then if it impacts the business, they wouldn't then be able to open during those hours. It would fix itself, would it not? I'm trying to figure out if there's a way of us.
Yes, I try not to because then, you know, if you speak for a number of minutes, then someone else needs to get the chance to speak. Yes, Councillor.
Is it possible we grant the extension of the licence, and should they not adhere to those conditions, then we could revoke it?
Revoking it wouldn't necessarily be an option, but it is a 1-year consent. So it is for a temporary period. The evidence gathered during that period would jeopardise a future application for the extended hours to be made permanent. It's not a case of we could offer another temporary consent and give them another chance. We don't do that these days. What we are saying is a temporary consent to see how things operate, identify any harm during that period.
It has been a long evening, and if there's a very quick suggestion, can I hear it, and then we can discuss amongst ourselves. Yes, we've already had that, yes. Yes, this seems to be something that, because I think members have suggested it as well. And you've said that we can't because the business might be adversely affected, and we're talking about how they run their business. But if it's quite correct that if we have put an extra condition on throwing away the glass, banging the kegs, Councillor Price.
I get that we're not supposed to take input from people after their time has expired, but it seems clear to me that the person who is defending this claim is open to the possibility of having that keg and that it wouldn't have a business impact to impose that condition, at which point it feels bringing them in would be fixed.
Yeah, you've had the answer now then, Chair. So I think we could just think that condition that was read out at the start of the meeting regarding glass recycling can also be extended to the movement of kegs.
Yes, I think that would be
That
helpful.
would be officer's recommendation. I'm grateful to the applicant for confirming that that
Yes,
is
so it is
feasible.
helpful, yes, and it was
'Cause that
better
we got
to get that
concerned
on.
that they might run out of beer and then, everyone
Yes.
suffers, don't
I
they?
was
So
wondering about the surface of their yard. If it was something like like a children's playground. If they're banging it on the ground, not something that would make the kegs bounce, but something that would stop them making a noise. I'm just wondering if there's something we could delegate to officers.
you don't need to, Chair. I think it's quite clear what we're happy to promote it as part of our recommendation alongside what Mark read out. So between the hours of 9 p.m. and 8 a.m. in the morning, there shouldn't be any outside activity in terms of glass recycling or the movement of full or empty beer kegs. And hopefully that, and if there is activity, then they're in breach of a planning condition, and we can serve a notice. They would be given 28 days to rectify the problem, and if they chose not to, we would take them to the magistrates' court, and they could be fined. And failing that, they could all the concerned neighbours. They can also report that activity to environmental health, who have their own powers also, because planning can take a few months because of the courts, etc. And environmental health can be a bit swifter. But you've got two lines of attack really with that new condition.
Thank you very much. I find that extremely helpful. Thank you. Anybody else? No, I think it's quite a simple problem. I seem to recall also that if the staff are outside, I suppose that would have to be environmental health only, wouldn't it? If how much noise is being made if they're having their breaks out the back and that sort of thing. We can't really use planning for that, can we?
Yeah, I think that's to say that staff can't leave the premises is starting to get a little bit onerous.
No, I just meant hanging around in the yard and laughing and joking.
It
But
just comes down to good practice.
Yes.
You've got a representative from Wetherspoon
Yes.
who's hearing this debate, is a bit nervous about the recommendation, and hopefully we'll take that message away and
Yes,
try
I
and
mean,
resolve
yes.
relations with neighbours.
I think I would assume they'd want good relations
Yeah, and
with
then
neighbours, but
If they come
yeah.
back in a year's time, they know what's going to happen, don't they? If we
Yes.
get a similar debate, so
Yeah.
this is the sort of warning, isn't it?
Yeah, what we've talked about is probably a step in the right direction. So, yeah. So if there's no more questions, do we want statements? Councillor Price.
I only wanted a very brief statement to say I'm actually very happy with what we're going for here, because we seem to have started from tension and ended up in a situation where we might actually have increased the working hours but reduced the noise among all hours. So we might have ended up now with a situation which is better for everyone involved, which I'm really happy we can do at least once on this panel.
Any other statements? No, well, I think I've sort of talked about what I think. So I think we will have to move to the vote, and we've made additional conditions, so we have to note that. So I'm going to go back with just looking to see what the actual recommendation was. So it's the implementation of planning permission variation of opening hours for 1 year, with the conditions that were already there, the management plan and the amended or additional conditions. And the recommendation is to conditionally approve All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Okay, so that's carried with additional conditions. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, and thank you for staying so long. Apologies for the IT. I hope that the next meeting will go more smoothly. Thank you very much.